Oke, stop. Daripada makan sembarangan, lebih baik jaga gaya hidup dan makan sesuai dengan isi piringku. Kalau lagi stres dan butuh konsultasi, kunjungi website AHPC UNAIR agar segera dapat solusi. Dan ekspresikanlah dirimu. Jangan mau jadi mahasiswa jompo. Ayo perbanyak olahraga. Berolahraga nggak harus jago kok. Yang penting gerak dan have fun. Oh ya, semua fasilitas ini untuk siapapun. Stop terjebak pinjol. Yuk kelola keuanganmu. Sekalian wirausaha deh. Bisa tuh jadi ide Bandung Woman. Selama di area Universitas Airlangga, patuhi 7.0 tolerance. Dilarang merokok di area kampus. Dilarang mengedarkan dan mengkonsumsi obat-obatan terlarang. Dilarang mengkonsumsi alkohol. Dilarang melakukan praktik perjudian. Dilarang melakukan perhubungan dalam bentuk apapun. Dilarang melakukan tindak pelecehan seksual. Dan lakukan praktik berkendara yang aman, jangan kebut-kebutan ya. Pilah dan buang sampah pada tempat yang sudah disediakan. Biasakan penerapan zero waste juga. Taati aturan berpakaian di kawasan Universitas Airlangga. Gunakan pakaian yang rapi dan sopan sesuai dengan kegiatan yang dilakukan. Wajib juga menggunakan sepatu. Jangan cuma kejar prestasi akademik dan non-akademik, kamu juga harus sehat dan bahagia. Karena UNAIR adalah happy and healthy campus.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, moderators, and all participants joining us today. Welcome to Day 2 of Third Happy and Healthy International Symposium with the theme Health Promotions for Salutogenesis. It's such a pleasure to see you and to see everyone back after a meaningful and insightful on the first day. Yesterday, we explored various approaches to health promotions and community development and also health. And today, we will continue with exciting topics, focus on community-based, environmental, and regenerative health innovation. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our gratitude to all of you for your enthusiasm and for your participation throughout this event. Before we begin our morning sessions, let's start the day with a light and fun activity to refresh our mind and body. It's a brain exercise season, so everyone be ready and open your camera because we're going to have brain exercise like yesterday we did. So everyone be ready. And I would like to remind everyone to using the virtual background that provided on the chat session. Let's start the brain exercise.
Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa lumpuhkan tanganku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa merebut senyumku, tapi sungguh tak akan lama. Kau bisa merobek hatiku, tapi aku tahu obatnya. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Kau bisa hitamkan putihku, kau takkan gelapkan apapun. Kau bisa runtuhkan jalanku, kan ku temukan jalan yang lain. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Bila bukan kehendaknya, tidak satu pun jelasmu akan bawa bahaya. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, patah tanganku, rebut senyumku, hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku.
All right, thank you everyone for your enthusiasm. So before we begin, let's make sure everyone is ready to today's sessions. So if you're excited and ready to learn, please give us thumbs up, please, on the reactions, everyone. I would like to see everyone who's ready for the sessions. And also you can give love, okay? All the reactions that you can give. So to make sure everyone ready for today's session. Wow, a lot of reactions. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, now to begin our first sessions of the day, we are honored to have Bu Pima Rutia Dwi Kesumari, SAMSM, as our moderator. So our moderator for these sessions is Bu Pima Rutia Dwi Kesumasari, SAMS, PhD, a lecturer and also consultant from Department of Business, Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Airlangga. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Business Administrations from Asia University, Taiwan, a master's degree in Marketing Management, and bachelor degree in Operations Management from Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. Bu Pima has extensive experience in teaching marketing management and also consumer behavior. And also she serves as an editorial board member for the Business Management Network magazine by the Forum Management Indonesia. Her dedications to education, research, and also community engagement reflects her passions for advancing business and management practices in Indonesia. So, Bu Bima, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for the beautiful introduction, Ms. Thessalonica. Good morning. Good morning to all participants, the distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and also all the participants. It's a very warm welcome to you all. And it's my pleasure to moderate this session. And I extend my heart to everyone attending today's international symposium. I am Pima, you can call me Pima, and I'll be guiding you through this exciting session. So the first step for today, we will have Mr. Fernando Baroga Garcia Jr. First speaker, Mr. Garcia Jr.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I coming clear?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. I'll just share
Okay.
my screen.
So let me introduce you first. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Fernando Baroga Garcia is a professor from College of Public Health, University of the Philippines, Manila, and he is very expert in health economics and also he already published excellent works. So, sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, without further, Professor, let us your question. Conference.
Pima, I can now start. Am I coming clear?
Yes, hello, Prof. Fernando. We can hear your voice. Maybe Bu Pima is stuck in the
Yes.
internet connection, yeah?
Okay,
I
okay.
think it's my connection.
I thought it's on my end.
Sorry.
Okay. So can you share, can you see my screen now, my presentation?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, so again, good morning to everyone. Salamat pagi, especially to the Universitas Airlangga, particularly the Airlangga Health Promotion Center, which is headed by my collaborator, Dr. Sri Widati. No? First, thank you for inviting me to deliver this talk and really engage in this discussion on the happy and healthy setting, particularly on the cytologenesis. Of course, thank you to the Indonesian Public Health Association for the invitation. And I really appreciate to be part of this third happy and healthy symposium with the theme Health Promotion for Cytologenesis. No, so for my presentation outline, this is my presentation outline. So first, I would like to have a quick review of the Sustainable Development Goals and its importance. I will focus on SDG number 3, which is good health and well-being. No, since our symposium focuses on happy and healthy setting, I will do a quick review of the SDGs. This is because the concept of a happy and healthy university or healthy setting aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal number 3. So the goal aims to really ensure healthy lives and promotes well-being for all of ages, no? Then I will also going to discuss to you uh, some of the roles, no, the importance, no, of engaging higher institutions, higher education institutions in attaining the sustainable development goals. Then after that, I will highlight the socio-economic determinants of health, which is very critical also, that needs to be considered when we want to address challenges of good health and well-being. And towards the end of my talk, I will try to somehow connect the environmental factors, it's the socioeconomic determinants of health, and the internal factor, which is the pathogenesis of what makes people healthy, by somehow presenting to you a case study where a third-class municipality in the Philippines, despite many challenges and many limitations, they were able to make significant improvements in achieving good health and well-being of its constituents. No? And after that, of course, the take-home messages. So let me start my presentation by briefly reviewing these Sustainable Development Goals and what are SDGs and why are they really important. So the Sustainable Development Goals are actually universal. They are shared objectives for all the members of the United Nations member states, including Indonesia, including Philippines, and others, to transform the world into more equitable, prosperous, and peaceful world by the end of 2030. So practically, it's 5 years. 5 years from now, we should have achieved, or more or less, most of these sustainable development goals. And these sustainable development goals actually replace what we known before as the Millennium Goals and were adopted in September 2015. Sa MDGs, they have actually been significant achievements in the MDGs, no? The first MDG to cut the rates of extreme poverty by in half by 2015 has actually been accomplished or achieved. But the successes have not been consistent or sustained. So the MDGs are scheduled to conclude, or they have concluded in 2015. So we have the Sustainable Development Goals, where the social inclusion, the economic growth, and environmental sustainability are actually given also importance in the SDG. So this one, it's an ideal situation or preferred reality. No, SDGs, these are the known global goals, no, which were adopted by the United Nations in 2015. So as you can see here, universal call to action. So why SDG is important? Because it's actually a universal call to action, meaning the 17 SDGs that I have shown to you in the previous slide, these are actually shared blueprint, no, for all countries to work towards more equitable and sustainable world, no? Then, of course, promoting sustainability is another reason why SDGs are important. So 17 SDGs are actually integrated and interconnected. They recognize that the action in one area, in one of the 17 areas, will actually affect the outcomes in the other 17 SDG goals, and that the development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And of course, everyone, you, me, whether we are from different sectors, is a stakeholder, and we can actually contribute to the goals that have been set. No? So the good thing is that your contribution, my contribution, our contribution towards this goal, big or small, will actually make an impact on the world and make better opportunities for individuals and their communities. So, why are we engaging higher education institutions or HEIs in attaining the goals? Like Universitas Erlangga, like the Indonesian Public Health Association, and maybe the University of the Philippines and my college, the College of Public Health. Why do we need to engage higher education institutions? Of course, no, universities are actually we are actually uniquely placed, no, to lead this cross-sectoral implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We provide invaluable source of expertise in terms of research, in terms of education, on all sectors of the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition to a we are considered as neutral, and we are actually influential players. So what can we do as HEIs or higher education institutions? We can actually integrate the sustainable development goals and all facets in our teaching or in our curricula. The second one, university policies, whether that's academic or non-academic, we can actually strategically contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. The second one, in terms of partnership must go beyond universities. It should go beyond global and international cooperation, which is very important if we want to achieve the sustainable development goals. And of course, the university actually take the lead role in fostering the country's science policy interface, involvement in national policies and discussions. We do that. We implement roundtable discussions to engage policymakers. We actually engage in collaborative undertaking. We just to make sure that the leadership, the politicians, the top management actually supports or provide the necessary avenue to work together towards the attainment of sustainable development goals. And lastly, we develop a culture that actually integrates the sustainable development goals. Awareness that the activities must be done towards the achievement of all the sustainable development goals. So in short, higher education institutions like Universitas Erlangga, University of the Philippines, we are very important player due to our critical role in terms of knowledge dissemination, which is the education, research, which is the knowledge generation, and of course, innovation and public service, which is applying that knowledge. Involving higher education, just also a note that involving higher education institutions is only one way to attain the SDGs, because the key to achieve the sustainable development goals actually revolves around collaboration and partnership with government, with community, with public and private organizations. And again, we need to have an institutionalized commitment to the attainment of SDGs through, again, research, governance, teaching or instruction, and partnership. So again, I just highlighted the importance why we need to engage higher education institutions in attaining sustainable development goals. And the sustainable development goals, one of the SDGs there is the SDG number 3, which talks about the healthy and happy setting. So what really makes a person healthy and happy? Maybe if I ask this to you, every one of you, some of you would say, well, maybe due to the external factors such as societal factors that influence health outcomes. Some of these external factors will include livelihood, right? Increasing income level, access to education, and housing condition, and maybe creating that level of health, no, that actually affects the health outcomes of each of us, of each of one of us. Then maybe if some of you would also say, well, may a person makes what makes a person happy or healthy, it could be due to the internal resources, no, the internal resources that an individual has to somehow manage the level of stress or stay healthy. So this is what we call the cytogenesis, which could actually refer to the sense of coherence, to manageability of all the situation that we encounter, and of course, the meaningfulness, meaning the feeling that the life that we have has purpose. We have a purpose in life, and that the challenges are actually worthwhile investments of one's energy. So those are some of the reasons if I ask the question, what makes a person healthy and happy, right? I mentioned to you about the socioeconomic determinants of health. Well, the socioeconomic determinants of health, these are actually anything, anything that goes beyond the medical factors, meaning these are the socioeconomic determinants of health, and it included the economic policy, the systems, development agendas, social norms, etc. And according to the WHO, World Health Organization, these are actually the conditions in which you, in which me, and which every one of us are actually born, grow, work, live, and age. I want to show to you this slide, and I want to have a more discussion in this particular slide. This is a very important in my slide presentation. In this slide, we actually can see how each health determinants, it could be internal or external factors, influence the health of each of us. And as you can see here, we see that this healthcare is not at all a major determinants, no? It only makes up to 20% of what makes us healthy. Yet, as you can see here, yet it makes up a large proportion of what we really spend. Why? Because if you get sick, you avail the services of the hospital, and of course, there's that increasing expenditure when it comes to accessing health services, right? 20%, not at all major determinants. No? What is more important, and I want you to look at this one, what is more important to our health is the combined influential of our physical environment, our socio-economic condition, and our behavior. In short, the external and internal factors that I've been mentioning to you a while ago that actually makes a person healthy and happy, which constitute around what? The majority, almost 80% of what makes a person or an individual healthy and happy. So encouraging people to practice healthy behaviors regardless of their socioeconomic status is the goal of public health interventions like health promotion, which work to create healthy physical and social environment. So, if I ask you, where is the salutogenesis resources or factors in this slide? Well, as you can see, socioeconomic factors, the family and social support are actually examples of salutogenesis, no? So family and social support will actually give us the health asset, the social support that acts as a resource that actually enhances a person's ability to maintain and sustain health and well-being. The other one, of course, if you have that family or social support, there is that stress buffer. You have additional support system, no, that functions as a buffer between life stressor and health problems. The other one, if I just may go back, the other one that actually shows the salutogenesis is the community safety. Community safety can be seen as also an example or application of salutogenic approach. So both the community level support or asset or component of the individual and collective health and well-being actually provides support or less stressors when we encounter a difficult situation. No, it focuses on resources and it promotes somehow that sense of coherence, that strong sense of community safety can actually increase our collective sense of coherence. Other application where the salutogenesis is located in or found in this slide, if you look at income, income is also an example of the application of salutogenesis. Why? Because it helps an individual manage stress, maintain well-being. The other, of course, is when you look at education. Education is also a good example of salutogenesis, especially when it focuses on building our students' sense of coherence and empowering them to manage their own health and well-being. So those are some of the applications of salutogenesis in this particular slide. The next one. So I have discussed to you about the Sustainable Development Goals, focusing on the SDG number 3. I have presented to you the internal and the external factors, the socioeconomic determinants of wealth, as well as the salutogenesis. And we're now moving, I actually showed to you the importance of higher education institutions. How can universities, Erlanga, the University of the Philippines, can actually promote or enhances the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We're now moving to the other part of my talk, which is the application or the case study of the Noveleta experience, where the application of the support, the salutogenesis, actually transformed the level of the level of health and the level of happiness of individual in this municipality of Noveleta, which is one of the municipalities in the Philippines. So just a quick fact before I proceed with my discussion. So the municipality of Noveleta is actually a third-class municipality, meaning if you're a third-class municipality, well, your income is not that much, right? And it belongs to the first district in that locality. There are 16 barangays. In maybe in your in Indonesia you call it village, but in us we call it barangay. So 16 villages composes Noveleta. It has a land area of 16.43 kilometers. Total land area, roughly 5.41 of the entire province of Cavite. Noveleta is just one of the municipalities of a province, a wider province of Cavite. The population as of 2020, they have an almost 50,000 population, and their major income of the residences is fishing and services. So this is the health situation of the Noveleta back in 2016. They only have what? One medical doctor. Right? If you look at the doctor to population ratio, I think it's 1:, what, 10,000 population. So this municipality somehow lacks the number of medical doctor needed to really deliver the health services in the municipality. Low budget utilization, they only have 7%. There are no government birthing facility in that municipality of Noveleta. Their social insurance, we call it PhilHealth. The social health insurance, no, there's no accredited facility on social health insurance. They have a poor environmental sanitation. There is no functional referral network, meaning from the village to the municipality to the province to the region. So there's no functional referral network in that municipality. They have high infant mortality deaths, high malnutrition, and their household has a lot of unsanitary toilets. So in addition to that, this is also the condition of Noveleta. So the Noveleta is actually a coastal municipality. And this is the condition of one of their beach, no, before the rehabilitation. Noveleta Beach actually tested high in coliform in 2016 and 2017. Would you believe that they actually have 1,330 parts of fecal coliform? Apologies for those who are eating. They have 1,330 parts of fecal coliform, or 100 milligram per liter in this beach area. And in another beach, they have 882 fecal coliform in another beach. It's high, actually. No? So that's the situation in Noveleta before the intervention. I'll show to you the intervention. And this is the intervention that the College of Public Health and the Department or the Ministry of Health, together with the local government units of Noveleta, actually engaged and collaborated with. So they have the local chief executive, we call it municipal mayor. So the municipal mayor, together with the health teams, actually underwent a leadership development. What is this leadership development? So the leadership development is actually an 18-month, 3-module leadership program. The participants are the local mayor, the municipal health officer, and the health teams. So it's a 6 months practicum and coaching mentoring. No, there are deep dive, which I'll be showing to you in a while, and of course, mentoring and coaching in between the 3 modules. So this is the design of the training or practicum. So 1 to 3 modules. Of course, the mayor and the health team receive bridging leadership inputs coming from the university. And of course, their leadership acts have been considered. Technical inputs are also being provided by the Ministry of Health and the University of the Philippines, Manila, the College of Public Health. And towards that changing or improving the health systems in the area. What you can see now in this slide is actually what we call the local government scorecard, LGU scorecard. It's actually a color-coded scorecard, no? And these are actually divided into 6 building blocks. What you can see here is that you have the leadership and governance, the health financing, human resources, access to medicine, health information system, health service delivery. And you can see color-coded, right? They are actually color-coded. Why? Because it's easier for us to really identify where is the problem. Where is the problem? So the red means it's problematic, right? The green, well, it means it's good. They're doing good in that area. And the yellow, it's between good and bad. Right? I hope you got the point, no? So it focuses on the WHO 6 building blocks like this one. For example, if we want to go to the access to medicine technology, so they have a problem in terms of supply chain. They have a problem in terms of medicine management, where they're a bit doing well in terms of essential medicine, etc. In here, what you can see, they're actually doing good in colored green and actual budget utilization, adequate compensation of the RHU or the health center staff. They actually implemented, they're doing good in implementing the Magna Carta for public health workers. They're doing good in terms of the information system and others. And it's a bit problematic versus because they have a lot of red and a lot of yellows. So just to briefly discuss to you the bridging leadership. The bridging leadership, it actually has three parts. There is that ownership, meaning you own the problem and you are part of the problem. If you are part of the problem, if the mayor acknowledges that he or she is part of the problem, then he or she can actually be part of the solution. Then that's the first one, ownership. The second one, of course, there is that co-ownership, meaning you collaborate with the stakeholders in the locality. And towards the end, you co-create to solve challenges and address the issue of equity. So these are some of the solutions that they have identified, no? Ownership of the problem and the solution. For example, sanitary toilet, malnutrition for environment. They need to own the problem, that they are part of that problem and that they will be part of the solution. So the local chief executive in the community, if they acknowledges that they are part of the problem, they are willing and they are prepared to act upon the ideas once they acknowledge it as their own, right? So what are some of the intervention or strategies that the municipality actually did? So they actually have this collaboration, community participation, they engages Rotary Club, private sector, they engages the church, no? So they have they do campaign in churches, they engages private sector. What else? What are the interventions that they actually did? So the municipal mayor did a deep dive. What we say deep dive is that they go to the ground. They don't just stay in their offices. They go to the ground, identify what is the really root cause, the main cause of the problem for them to really understand. So they also do empowerment of the community, no? So community support, right? Is also very important for this one. No, they do planting, no, planting of vegetables in the barangay. The community led total sanitation activities. They actually engage sectors, private sectors, people's organization in coastal cleanup drive. Right? And what's the result? This is the result, no, of what I've shown to you a while ago. No, this is now the result of that intervention, undergoing to the program, engaging, collaborating with the community, no, having that social support, no, of the local mayor and the community. This is now the result program created by the local government for a massive cleanup drive in the area. The water testing company assess, no, the local beach with 27 parts of coliform. While ago, I mentioned to you about the 890 coliform. It went down to 27 parts of coliform. The 1,330 coliform that I mentioned to you a while ago, it's been down to 25 parts of coliform, which actually passes the normal 100 milligram per liter of coliform. So beachgoers actually, no, are enjoying the beauty of this beach, and one of the flagship project of the mayor. The mayor actually engages or encourages the public, no, to cooperate, no, to support, to upgrade the quality of the local beach, and it continues, the cleanup drive continues to be implemented. And what's the good thing of this one? Well, the good thing of having a very clean surrounding beach, no, there is actually an endangered sea turtle in the area. Before the intervention, they were not found there. But after the intervention, and they were able to transform the beach, that in those endangered sea turtles, no, actually went back. No, it's actually a proof that the beach is actually clean and it's livable not just for human, but it's also livable for sea turtles, no, which is a proof that the area is very clean. And now, this is now the Noveleta Long Beach. And if you were planning to visit Manila soon, I can actually bring you to this beach so you can actually see the transformation of the area. In addition to that, they also address, no, the other the other factors that makes a person healthy and happy. They address the issue of livelihood, the income that I mentioned to you in that slide. The income actually increases because they were able to catch fish. No, it transformed the livelihood, no, increasing the income of the people. No, so it actually helps the community to really manage their stress and well-being. The other one is, of course, the other intervention that they did is actually addressing the livelihood. Also, they come up with regular job exposition, training of bystanders, no? So increasing their income and their livelihood also. And because of that, the municipality were able to achieve some recognition, no, coming from various partners of the community. And the slide that I've shown to you a while ago, wherein we only have 6 greens and 25 reds after the intervention. This is what it looks like. They only have one issue. So they were able to transform some of the indicators, no, of that 6 building blocks. The only remaining is actually the number of health human resources that are available or available in the local rural health unit of the municipality. And of course, the indicators, no, they actually increased their budget from 7% to 22%. They have now accredited healthcare facilities. Their infant deaths have been decreased from 8 to 2. They have a better access to safe water. Their sanitary toilets actually increased to access of sanitary toilets, 98 facilities, and they have now a 98% facility-based delivery and is attended by the skilled birth attendant. With that, they were able to achieve some recognition, certificate of recognitions, plaque of recognitions. They were able to get some funding from the government because of their good job. And of course, the mayor actually together, this is the mayor that time and the municipal health officer who actually lead, no, or cooperate with the society, with the community, and transform their community to make people in or their constituent happy and healthy in during this time. So what are the key takeaways? So higher education institutions are actually uniquely placed to lead this cross-sectoral implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, providing invaluable source of expertise in terms of research, in terms of teaching on all sectors of the SDGs, in addition to being widely considered as neutral and very influential player when designing community-level public health intervention to promote good health and well-being. Then we need to take into account the external factor, which is the socioeconomic determinants of health, as well as the internal factors, like the which is referring to the salutogenesis. And of course, the other one, governance and leadership, which I've shown to you a while ago. The local chief executive actually play a major role in supporting and accelerating the initiatives to address the various challenges by working across sectors, by working with partners, working with the government, with the private sector, working with the academic and civil society. So the kind of leadership known as the bridging leadership is actually suitable for encouraging multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder initiative to alleviate the societal injustices and make people happy and healthy. And with that, I would like to end my presentation by showing to you this quotation. So the idea that public health is about enabling meaningful and healthy lives reflect the modern understanding that goes beyond the historical focus on preventing infectious diseases. It now incorporates holistic well-being, addressing the root causes of health inequity, and building resilient community. So public health is not only about preventing illness, it's actually about enabling people to live meaningful, healthy, and happy lives. So with that, thank you. I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. This is the very inspiring presentation, particularly for me, very interesting about the noveletta. It is very inspiring, and we do have some problems, similar problems here in
Yeah.
Indonesia, and this is the very good example, best practice from your country.
Thank you, Pina.
So probably I will ask one question first from the audience about the presentation of the Professor Fernando. Okay, while waiting, Professor, actually I have one question for you. The noveleta experience that you shared was particularly drew my attention, Professor, especially the bridging leadership process.
Yeah.
For in your opinion, Professor, what is the most challenging step in the process of the bridging leadership in the particularly noveleta case?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Fima. No? Actually, for me, the most challenging phase is actually owning the problem. Most of our mayors will tell that it's their problem. It's not my problem. Uh, they are into that condition because of this and that. So what we really did is that we actually have them recognize or acknowledges that they are actually part of the problem. So what we did is we bring them to the ground. Hey, look at this. Are you aware that these are the condition of your people, of your constituents? Then the other issue, also the other challenge also is actually working with the community, engaging, collaborating with the community. So it's not just really giving the resources to the community, but you need to work with them. No, you need to work with them. They actually have those capacities. You need to help them realize that they can actually work together with the government, with the local government units in addressing these issues. No, and actually that would actually impact the level of their health and the level of their happiness. The more healthy they are, of course, the more happy they are.
Yes, of course, Professor. So thank you for the answer. And I think we have question, Professor, from Dr. Widati herself.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Pima. Hello, Prof. Jun.
Hi.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for the
Okay.
invitation.
Yes, hopefully can meet you in the November in on
Yes, yes.
HPNs, yeah, in Manila. Okay. Okay, Prof. Jin, thank you for the inspiring presentation. I want to ask you, maybe you can share about what effort of the University Philippines to raise up the salutogenesis from the staff, students, and lecturer. Maybe you can share it with us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Widati. Actually, the University of the Philippines establishes the Healthy University Office. Before, we don't have that one. So it's actually depending on the initiatives will depend on each of the colleges. But now the University of the Philippines, especially Manila, University of the Philippines Manila, tried to integrate all the activities, no, and put a healthy university office that will now actually come up with policies, that will now come up with activities that can be implemented, and the various units and colleges of the University of the Philippines Manila. Aside from that, of course, another issue that we are actually trying to address in the university, since ours is very limited space. Maybe I haven't been to Universitas Erlanga, but I think you have a very wide space in your university. Unlike you, we have a very limited space in the heart of the Manila city. That's why we are actually addressing the need for our students for their space, for where they can actually eat, where they can actually meet and work with other students. So those are the some of the areas that we're trying to address. And of course, the health benefits of our employees, the faculty, the staff, and and those who are in the reps or the research extension specialists. So the university actually increases the incentives, the coverage of what they can actually avail when they avail the health services of our hospital. So those are the areas that somehow the university did just to promote the cytogenesis, no, in our university.
Okay. How about the curricula? Because we are in Erlangga University. Maybe we have some difficulties on the curricula for salutogenesis because of the targeting of QS rank and so on. You know what I mean? Yeah. So how you implement the salutogenesis in the curricula?
Yeah. For
Sorry,
the
Prof. Sorry, maybe not only in the health major, but because we are in Erlangga, we have a social major and we have technical major. So how you can make it in a salutogenesis in the curricula?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Well, for about what 2 or 3 years ago, the university administration actually conducted a three series of workshops. So we did a workshop. The all the college deans and heads of the units are in that workshop. Similar with you, not all the colleges are in health. We have College of Arts and Science also in the University of the Philippines Manila. So what we did is we actually look at the curriculum. Are your curricula somehow incorporates the discussion on public health? So where in your curriculum, what subjects do you put the discussion, the concepts and the discussion of public health? In some day, it's not present. In some, they have a bit of that, a bit of session of that. So what the university, after that three series of workshop, we identified some of the courses that can actually be taken by all of our undergraduate students. We call it the core subjects. That these are the basic, whether you're in the College of Arts and Sciences, whether you're in the College of Pharmacy or whether you're in the College of Allied Medical Profession and College of Public Health, you take that course. And in that course, they will give you the discussion. You have a better introduction of the public health of the salutogenesis. How do you support uh, the 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 health condition of our students, of our community? So those are some of the I think the big one that we did. Of course, each of the colleges has also some initiatives on how to put it there. But in terms of a general or a wide or a centralized effort on introducing public health, introducing salutogenesis, we conducted that 3 series of workshop, and we identified, come up with what core subjects that can be taken by all of our first year students.
Okay, thank you for very inspiring and very thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bu Bima.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the very clear explanation for us, Professor, and thank you, Dr. Widati, for the provoking questions. So, thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Fernando, and we're looking forward to collaborate with you after this symposium. So,
Thank you.
good morning, Professor. So, for the next session, we will continue to our second presenter today. Okay, the second presenter today is Dr. Peter R. Corridon, PhD. He is a assistant professor of biomedical engineering and biotechnology, physiology and immunology at Khalifa University in United Arab Emirates. Good morning from Indonesia, Professor.
Hi. Good morning. How are you doing? Can you hear me well?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Well, thank you so much
Okay.
for this opportunity. Allow me to share my screen, please. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Professor.
Oh,
Okay.
excellent. Thank you. Well, allow me to say again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm actually presiding from Wuhan, China. I'm here on another conference, so thank you again. And I would like to specifically thank Annie, who's been working with me since we set this presentation and I agreed to with this opportunity. So once more, I'd like to thank all of you all for inviting me, and let's get started. So today, I'm actually going to shift a bit of gears from our original speaker, Dr. Garcia, who basically provided us, in a nutshell, a call to action. So in terms of the work that he looked at, in terms of ways in which we can provide benefit, I'd like to give you some actual outlines of things we've been using. So we've been looking at waste in particular and trying to actually upcycle this waste. So we're considering biomaterials, intelligence, and ways to actually provide regenerative repair. Now, again, this is just a reminder for me to once more thank you guys so much for the opportunity. So again, thank you, thank you. And as we move forward, this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to look at things related to corneas and vascular diseases. So in particular, these things run a gamut in what I would like to say, looking at tissues that require a lot of vascularization or a lot of blood flow, and compared to tissues that actually require far less. Now, you may wonder, what is the correlation? Is there a correlation? There actually really is, because the way the body works in terms of developing vascularization or inhibiting it, it's basically a nice and easy balance as you would happen as things go by. Now, utilizing some of this information, We can also look at the fact that there are limited medication-based current applications. Transplantation basically is the ideal option, but limited donor tissues are available globally. So there's a great need, indeed, for alternatives. And this growing interest in what we utilize as sustainable tissue engineering, I'll get into that, and show you how we've been able to move from standard tissue engineering approaches, which I came from back in the US, to this idea of sustainable tissue engineering approaches, where we focus on slaughterhouse waste, where we repurpose this type of waste, and to generate tons and tons or limitless supply, if you will, or a sustainable supply of keratoprostheses and vascular model tissues. Excuse me. So in terms of scaffold transplants, we got into this, or my lab, or myself, if you will, got into this many years ago when I was at Wake Forest Institution, and looking here at a way in which you can actually see live into the kidney. So we developed techniques based on decellularization, which is basically removing innate tissues and or materials from various organs and trying to maintain the extracellular matrix, or the backbone or foundation, if you will. So you can see on the left panel the actual original kidney, and placed under a series of decellularizing or detergent-based materials, you end up with a scaffold, which is fairly translucent. And this is a hallmark of the decellularization process. Now, what we've done, again, prior to coming to Wake Forest University, where I trained in Indiana University, developed techniques to see live inside the kidney. So you can see here, this is actually ultrafiltration. So this is what we undergo multiple times each day, where we actually filter our blood in the kidney and generate urine. Taking that approach, we basically generated a scaffold and transplanted it into the rat. And you were able to see a bunch of different types of flows or lack thereof flows inside this kidney structure. So again, utilizing a series of different approaches to advance this type of regenerative process. I will advance now. So again, leading back up to the things that really provided us insight, or myself, real insight or interest into this, was once more related to gene therapy. So in gene therapy, we deliver or try to deliver exogenous genes, which can actually then generate various proteins to provide therapeutic benefit, or in some cases, prevent bad things from occurring. So this is just a quick example here of a transplant that I started off working with. And then also here, in terms of transplanting, we were just transplanting the exogenous genes. And this is me injecting the transgenes into the renal vein, retrograde. Okay. And then once we remove the needle, as you can see, there's normal respiration from the animal. And this clamping post-injection is basically to ensure that there is no unnecessary degrees of bleeding or bleed out once we actually suture up the wound. But as you can see, things look under really good control. And as we move from this surgical process, as you can hear me telling you, we move over to what the results look like. So we introduced fluorescent compounds, and basically the kidney is outside under the microscope. And we have a ton of actin fluorescent proteins that have actually been incorporated or now being expressed into the kidney tubule cells. And again, we place this under ischemia, so basically reducing the blood flow. And as you can see, normal damage, well, not normal damage, but damage that would result from an acute kidney injury. So you can see these are the tubules here, literally cells breaking apart and forming occlusions in the tubules themselves. Then from there, you can see retrograde flow, backed up flow, and just basically substantial tissue degradation. Simultaneously, you can look at it from the concept of just the vasculature. So the vasculature here is red, and you can see when we constrict or we induce ischemia, look what happens. Oops. So again, this clamping process relates to this. So you see massive vascular constriction, which results in basically red blood cell traffic jam and the type of damage that you saw in the previous green fluorescent image. Show you this one more time. Quite interesting to see how this damage actually really occurs. And these things basically highlight what can happen in someone who's actually generating this type of disease clinically. Right. As we advance. Now, based on what you saw just now, we started moving out to larger type systems where we had the rat-sized kidney, now we have a pig-sized kidney. And as you can imagine, once you scale up to these things, the work becomes a bit more complicated. So the vascular tree that you saw live in terms of the flow rates via the capillaries in the previous images can be seen here now, but with less degree. So you can see the large arteries. Do you see the renal artery suspended off into the interarcuate, the arcuate, and basically a series of different types of smaller arteries as you basically get down to the capillary level, which is difficult to see in this macroscopic image. Nonetheless, we started experimenting on these and trying to figure out as well, pre and post plantation, how the vascular and vascular structure would work. Now, as you can see here, total devastation from this angiogram in comparison to the natural or innate structure of the vascular tree. So basically this scaffold here was introduced with contrast agent, and the contrast agent imaged under different settings. What we realized is that we can utilize or build an AI-based model to actually start assessing these things. So we can start looking at areas where we can see clear damage macroscopic, and then we wondered how best we can actually start working to the microscopic values. So we started training these models to develop varying cases such that we can define arterial diameters as we move from the largest all the way down to the smallest. So we can look at the renal artery all the way down to the arcuate artery, tiny blood vessels as you get by within the kidney system. Now, you may wonder what really brought us to this type of work. So I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with these types of little particles or these virions. So moving away from this, 6 months before the actual coronavirus pandemic ensued, my family and I moved to Abu Dhabi. So we had an opportunity to come in and start the new medical school that was under construction and basically start all of this type of work there. Build animal facilities, undergo surgeries, you name it. So we were very excited. And then life would have it, the pandemic hit. So we had to figure out different ways of getting by. And this is a schematic of what really happened across the pandemic years. So we went back to all types of studies, collected slaughterhouse waste. Then from there, we started doing extractions of corneas. Then from there, we started putting them on shakers where we can actually do the decellularization, quantify them via surface tension, then applied glycerol to try to bring back the innate optical clarity. Then from there, we also started looking at different tension or physical or biophysical measurements to ensure that we actually generated proper systems. And we can actually increase the supply, we can reduce waste, and in so doing, generate tons and tons of tissue beds for us to utilize in our laboratories. So again, we started off doing these things from a native and or even live animal system, but pandemic versus post-pandemic, our lives changed completely, because during the pandemic, I went and I got slaughterhouse tissues and I worked with my family at home doing this, yes, as you can imagine, to the dismay of my family. But we were able to not just do that, but also extract tons and tons of different biomolecules, which can actually assist us in potential nutrition and or even enriching our samples. So developing this test bed provides us with ways to look at series of scaffolds, biopolymers, 3D printing, and potentially transplantation outcomes as life will go by. So I thought it's always kind of interesting to show you our pathway as to how we came about and why we came about. Now, when you see these things, what comes to mind? So the idea of circular, you see this concept, right? Circular sustainability, waste management. So for us, we got into this thing serendipitously. But in many cases, you know, sometimes innovation or opportunities come about in really weird and unregulated cases. And this is just one. So again, I like to highlight the concept of responsible innovation, because again, this ties in to the concept of reducing animal testing or unwanted animal testing. So again, my background was one that we utilized tons and tons of live animals, as you would imagine, across several years, obviously. But for us now, we can develop tons and tons of in vitro tissue beds or tissue models and keep them alive to a certain degree. And in so doing, reduce that reliance on animal testing. So other things that really support and promote the work that we're looking at, for instance, you may see the idea of COP28, also the World Green Economic Summit. So there's a massive drive within the UAE to try to figure out, or put people like myself to figure out ways of driving sustainability. Now, again, looking at why is this maybe important? This is really alarming, and it's one of the things that I think people get a real good kick out of when they see these statistics, and not just statistics, but also the comparison of what this might translate to in real life. So tons and tons of waste per year, okay? You see that on the graph. Now, what does that really mean? Well, we're looking at values that equate to an aircraft carrier. So an aircraft carrier is generally likened to a small city. So the global trend of waste or bio-based garbage likens to that of an aircraft carrier. And that's quite alarming, if you will. Now, a result of this is landfilling. So when you have landfilling, you can have a series of different problems that generate from this. Sure, we hide the waste from our visual, but this in turn actually comes back to us in many different ways. We can have the leachate, basically the waste or pollutant products seeping into our water streams and even into our crop beds, which can in turn sweep back into our animal feeding grounds, and as a result, back into us into multitude of different ways. So again, I think something that people like to get to see, and likewise, like my previous presenter, if you haven't eaten anything as yet, I apologize, but I wanted to give you an idea as to how these things really come about. So this is the Abu Dhabi slaughterhouse where we partner with and who has basically supported all of our work until now, and a major partner for us in driving this innovation. Please have a look. This video was taken several years ago. I'll give you a bit of volume.
Sorry, Professor, we cannot hear this voice, the sound, sorry.
I'm sorry?
We cannot hear the sound.
Oh,
of
I'm
the
so
video.
sorry.
Yes.
Let me see. Oh, forgive me. What I can do is, I'm not sure why it's not coming through, but would it be okay if I just narrate for you?
Okay, okay, Prof. Thank you.
Okay. So in this case, you can see the way in which the animals are actually slaughtered. So one of the benefits of this slaughterhouse is the animals never touch the ground. So again, harnessing and the cleanliness. So you can see post-slaughter, they're skinned, and this is one of the gentlemen here, basically, who helps us in terms of our approvals, getting regulations of tissues. I'll fast forward a bit. So we literally get into the slaughterhouse like this, and then as they actually process the tissues, we can actually collect them live and direct. So going a bit further. So for us, there's also a testing bed that we can go in and start looking at a series of different quality controls to ensure that no unwanted microbes are located within the tissues. And again, this is amazing for not just us, but also the meat industry within Abu Dhabi. I'll advance. So for us, common species that we start looking at relate all the way down from the chicken, all the way up to the camel. And in so doing, you can see here that discarded often at a considerable environmental cost, recycled often at a considerable financial cost. So what we're trying to do is take, for instance, from the chicken, we can collect eggs, which are fertilized. And in so doing, they provide us with the ability to look at the vessel or vascular structure in ovo. From pigs, well, it's kind of tough to get pigs in Abu Dhabi, as you can imagine, but we have our collaborators in Italy who help us with these studies. So we have also goat, sheep, camel, which is one of the most amazing species that you can find, because I think there are a lot of hidden answers within the camel vasculature, and we're trying to figure out, because these wonderful beasts, if you ask me, they should not be alive in the climate that they're in under normal physiology, but their physiology is abnormal. First of all, I'll give you one quick tidbit, and you can start thinking thereafter. Their blood cells are not like other mammalians. Their blood cells are diamond-shaped, which basically provide them with a smaller zeta potential, or basically the electropotential around their membranes, making it far less susceptible to ischemic injury. Okay, I'll just leave you with that, and hopefully you may have some questions or comments at the end. Now, in terms of present biowaste structure, particularly in Abu Dhabi, what we have the idea of the slaughterhouse waste, goes into feeding, biogas, fertilizers, some fats and oils, and hopefully trying to reduce the landfilling component. And that's where our work tries to come in. Because for us, we give a new option now in terms of bioartificial tissues and organs. So the hope is to look at organ development while reducing waste. And as I advance, there's another component that we started looking at as well. Not just organ development, but also biosupercapacitors. And you may wonder what a biosupercapacitor is. So capacitors basically store and release energy and can be used for charging and so forth. But you recognize that bodily tissues have this capacitated potential. So for us, tons and tons of tissues and potentially relate to tons and tons of energy storage units. Now, our approaches and analyses, we look at this eco-friendly, cheap, low concentrations with ionic solution, or detergent, if you will. We started using this detergent because we said, let's go in terms of something that's eco-friendly, obviously, quite cheap and available, and use on one of our most, how can I say, vulnerable groups of the population, babies. So we utilized this baby-friendly detergent and started decellularizing by means of removing cells and other types of constructs and maintaining the extracellular matrix. Now, our state-of-the-art comparison for corneal transplants or cornea systems is this model here. We call this the Cornea Pro, where you can see it's based on an artificial system to actually utilize this bio-inspired or corneal-inspired graft. Now, for us, looking at this, we looked at the cornea, which is extracted literally from the eyeballs we collected at the slaughterhouse, decellularized, and remember we talked about the color change. You can see here in terms of the color change of the actual tissue. So we have the scaffold here now, void of the innate cellular products. And then post-glycerol treatment, you can see the transparency is regained. Now, this is just a batch processing outline of what we've done. So remember, you saw the slaughterhouse. Here we see colleagues at the slaughterhouse finalizing the sheep harvest. Then from there, we look at us collecting some of these tissues. Here I am trying to extract some vascular tissues. And likewise, we look at the camel slaughter process, and again, us working with the slaughterhouse group for camels. So this is a quick little image of my group. I always love showing this, us working side by side, trying to extract some tissues. So again, in terms of batch processing, what we'll get to do is you'll get us to actually use tons and tons of eyes and of vessels simultaneously. Then we do our extraction, our decellularization, and then we look at a series of quantification steps, which can all, as we have been working on, be used in terms of AI-based supplements to try to help us figure out what we're now coining as this predictive sustainable tissue engineering platform. So you can see here in terms of how we actually process these tissues, tons of eyes basically shaking on the shaker and getting decellularized. We can actually decellularize them as whole eyeballs, or we can extract the actual corneas. Then from there, you see here the various methods that are utilized for decellularization. We can use biological, chemical, and/or physical, or importantly, a combination of them all. So for us, we're using a combination here of these ionic detergents plus this method of shaking. Show once more. Results in terms of eco-friendly, cheap processes, we can decellularize or have decellularized hundreds of eyeballs. Then it's basically a conventional structural functional assessments. We look at biochemical, histological, physical, and optical transmission. We can in turn look at manual versus automated, as we mentioned before, trying to utilize computational and AI-based models. So here you can see this is what the native cornea would look like. Cornea has tons of layers. In particular, it starts off with an epithelium and lines all the way down to the endothelium. So this region here is pre and post decellularization. As you can see, the innate collagen type elastin type structures are still there, but the cellular structures have been removed. Cellular structures relate to the little darker spot dots. Now you can see another region here in the limbus, which is basically on the flank of the cornea. You can see the limbus structure retained in terms of its collagen based. Now, looking at another type of histological stain, the H&E. So you see here in terms of the native versus the scaffolds again, showing you the great corneal epithelium, Bowman's layer, mid layer, stromal layer, and all the way down to the endothelium. Likewise, you can get to see the limbal epithelium. Now compare that with what you can see here in terms of the decellularized cases. You see nice collagen fiber retention, but again, lack of cellular components, which is what we would like. Comparing that to nanodrops, so basically we've taken these tissues, digested them down, and actually tried to figure out their residual DNA components. And as you can see, a massive reduction in DNA components using various applications for us. When you see 1% 2D, it means I use a concentration, or we use a concentration, more importantly, of 1% of the detergent, and this thing was decellularized for 2 days. Likewise, all the way up to 4% 4D, you see a 4% concentration of detergent being worked with a decellularization period of 4 days. So you can get to see here various components again of micrograph studies at 10 times zoom. You see here cellular structures being highlighted by arrowheads, and compared to the decellularized cases, you don't see any microscopic cellular structures. Now, we wanted to look at this not just structure, but function, trying to figure out how the actual corneas retain their abilities to transport or basically transmit light. As you can see here initially, the decellularized cases, not very much, but the recellularized cases, you get quite a large degree compared to what you saw before. Now, it's not as great as the innate cornea, but you do get some reference value that is far better than what you had initially. So again, these are rudimentary studies. When we first started off, we were able to get the transmissions rate much higher as well as time went by. So as you can get to see here in terms of now physical assessments, we started looking at surface tension. So surface tension came to play when we started looking at the idea of detergents. Now, the decellularized case introduced with detergents, this would actually reduce surface tensions compared to what you would see here with deionized water. And hopefully once we actually finished the decellularization process, we had a complete washout for several days. And post washout, you can see here now, the elutes or the materials that basically housed these tissues were back up to the level of deionized water. In comparison, we started looking at ATR, FTIR, trying to see different bands and variations that you would determine basically water compared to the detergent, compared to the various elutes. So as you can see here, the detergent had varying bands compared to once we washed out, giving us good credence that the solutions were decellularized and the detergents were removed. Because maintaining detergents in the tissues can be an issue because they can continue to decellularize, which would be a problem as you look at recellularization, because they would basically destroy those cellular populations that will be introduced or were introduced. Now, in terms of varying assessments, this assessment here being conducted manually, looking at number of cells in the native and versus the decellularized cases. You can imagine that we had several scorers and looked at hypotheses related to number of intact or damaged lamellae. So we're not looking necessarily now just at cells, but also collagen-based structures or the laminae. The lamellae basically is the way in which the collagen fibers are aligned to ensure that photon or light is allowed to propagate through it. So I'm not sure if you get an idea as to how intense these things can take, but individuals performing these studies can take anywhere between a week to 2 or 3, compared to that of a machine, which is seconds. Now, you get to see here the way in which we've actually started our machine-driven assessments and work done here with my colleague in Serbia, Dr. Igor Pantic. We started using the grade level co-occurrence matrix and basically provided us ways in which we can take the innate H&E image, transform it into a gray level matrix or gray level image, and start basically plucking out different features of said image pixel by pixel. This type of subtle classification is likened to what you can imagine, let's say now, as things have progressed technologically, going through an airport, depending on where you are, is a different process altogether. You generally don't even need to scan your passports in certain places anymore. You just go stand up in front of a place and it starts looking at varying features on your face. So taking that type of technology or that type of insight, we started translating it to our tissue structures to determine ways in which we can figure out how best we can actually enhance our modeling structure. So you can see here now, there's another approach for this because we have tons of tissues, and another application of this is generating soluble structures from this. And as we solubilize it, one thing we can actually do is generate things like bioinks. And you see here, started some of the printing processes for this. And this would be quite useful because now this would allow us to not just generate bioinks, but generate bioinks that are completely compatible or best suited for a specific tissue structure. So we can take a cornea, we can grind cornea up, then ground cornea can in turn be extruded into an ink that can go in and help us revive and or restructure this at the ultra level. One more time, you get to see the extruded versions. Now, in terms of this, we can start looking at integrated environmental and health economic assessments. So we did something here whereby this allowed us to actually look at life cycle approaches. And a life cycle approach is basically looking at how much or how costly is our approach in terms of the carbon dioxide-based footprints. And you can see varying levels in terms of what we've actually been able to generate from options 1 and 2. Option 1, looking at the idea of this far reduced level compared to option 2, which relates to tissue engineering processes. Now we'll switch gears a little bit here and transfer over now to cardiovascular complications. So we talked quite a bit about the corneas. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the vascular structure. And as you can imagine, tons of needs of vascular components are necessary for vascular grafting. And the major way in which we have to utilize this now is extracting from our own body parts and different locations. So you can extract from the arm, the back of the leg, are major portions to support cardiovascular interventions. But as you can imagine, these can come with major costs in terms of comorbidities. So our approach is taking vessels again, innate and or even scaffolds, and trying to work with them. So we've taken these again from the sheet. You can get to see the innate structures maintained post-decellularization. And we put this thing under intense flow, as you can get to see lower, compared that to the native tissue, which is now being perfused. So you can see great degrees of vascular retention in terms of the innate structures we have, and a vessel structure of this magnitude would contain 3 layers: the externa, the media, and the intima. So once more, you can get to see or appreciate the concept of decellularization in terms of removing innate cellular components. So I'm just cycling through. And in conclusion, for this, basically, one more time, we looked at tons and tons of vascular structures can be or have been decellularized, and we've utilized the same approaches to try to examine them. So for us, in terms of what's next, you can start looking at bioengineering models for re-innovating different scaffolds, rethinking varicose treatment, sustainable hydrogels, and deep learning transfer models. So for us, we started looking at the idea of the cornea in terms of the innervation component. And as you can see, the cornea is highly innervated compared to what happens in a decellularized case. You basically maintain the tracts, but you lose the cellular components. Now, what we actually started working on now is basically reintroducing different types of cells back into the structure. So for this case, we're looking at transforming the neuronal cells and trying to work and see if we can get these from the innate types tissues that you can find in the slaughterhouse. So from the slaughterhouse, you have tons of blood, which hopefully can allow us to extract various stem cells, induce them back into their pluripotent states, and drive them into the lineage that we require. Now, again, looking in terms of the stroma, there are different ways in which you can actually reduce issues not getting into the stroma. So you can see here there are layers, and basically the way in which we introduce cells is topical. That's the main way for now. But the injection process, which I'll talk about in a bit, provides us with greater efficacy. Likewise, once we can get these components down into injectable formats, we can potentially highlight ways in which we can support vascular deformation. So you can see here, normal vascular vein problems relate to the leaflet getting compromised. And for us, looking at ways to actually reduce this is looking again at stem cells, driving them into the differentiated formats that we would require in the lab, and putting them back in situ into the area and the regions we can use. So again, we can look at extracted vials, decellularized vials, and start plating them. Now, this is something that we envision long-term and hypothesize. Now, for this, you can actually start looking at fine-tune injections into the damaged area of site that can potentially support regained function and basically reducing the curvature and or deformation of the innate valves or vessel systems in the leg. So natural hydrogel extraction, once again, showing you here how I've actually taught my students. So you can see us extracting the vitreous humor out of the eye. And that's a quick and dirty way of doing this. And then from there, again, extracting and extruding for bioprinting purposes. So one other thing that we talked about, which is actually quite interesting, we've been looking at the idea of urine-based samples to try to generate stem cell-based lineages from urine. Yeah, you heard it. You can actually have a ton of stem cells within urine. They're actually called urine-derived stem cells. And then from there, once collected, once cleaned, if you will, we can drive them back into their pluripotent state. So showing you here quickly how this recellularization process occurs. You can have one that's topical, and as you can get to see the topical approach, you're not going to get much depth penetration, but you're going to get surface adhesion onto it. Compare that surface-based approach to the injection-based approach. So here with the injection-based approach, it's a rapid high-pressure injection. And this rapid high-pressure injection supports the delivery of cellular materials deeper into the corneal layers. So basically, you can support not just the epithelium, but all the way down, potentially into the vascularized structures. So for us, we're trying to figure out ways how we can start looking at injection based by depth. And I think this is where our predictive models will help us. We recently developed a computational model, which is under review now in terms of helping us recognize or translate injection efficacy to spatiotemporal distribution of cells via recellularization and even post-recellularization, where they can grow, mature, and also migrate. So take a look at the injection process here. And it's best to do this under the guidance of Bob Marley. So you're more relaxed and happy as you do these injections. So one rule we have in the lab is that our students are required to play really nice music as you enjoy your work. So here the injection is coming. As you can get to see, the tissue filled up. Good. Teaching one student how to do this process. And we're just looking at food coloring in this case, just as a colorimetric analysis to support spatiotemporal orientation and get to see where this delivery has taken place. A lot of this work has been highlighted by my recent PhD student who graduated a few months ago, and she's now getting her postdoc started at the University of Texas, Chinyu. Always like to pay her homage as we go by with this work. Now, in terms of the hydrodynamic injections for the vascular structure, so that was the cornea, you get to see now the vascular-based structure. So this is when I was teaching Jinyu how to do this back in the day. I'll fast forward this a bit. So post-injection, the idea is to actually look at the tissue here. And to visualize that there is no leakage. So as you can imagine, this approach would help us generate cellular populations throughout the entire thick vascular wall. And the results of this work are currently under review. So I didn't want to go too much into this because a lot of these things here are still works in progress conducted by Junior within the past year. See, nice retention of vascular structure. And the thing that actually promoted this was the gene delivery study that I provided you all with earlier on, because this again was the hydrodynamic based injection, which I'll fast forward through here. Just bear with me a second, this thing is thinking now. Forgive me for a second. Sometimes these things happen because there are tons and tons of videos within this. Let me see if I can close off a couple things. That may probably help. Forgive me with this for a second. I think this is just not responding. I may have to actually stop the presentation for a second and then bring it back up. I'll stop sharing for a second. Forgive me, sometimes these things happen a lot when you're presenting across different regions. Okay. All right. Again, excuse me for this delay. Can you see my screen again?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So again, we utilize the hydrodynamic delivery as a way of generating varying protein expressions within different tissues, as you can see here. And this now is our mainstay of trying to recellularize tissues. So I'll forward on this. So the types of cells that we've been utilizing in recent times, we've been looking at fibroblast and cancer-based cells. So you see here, we have a live imaging system that shows us the rapid growth of these things in a 2D and or even a 3D system. So we've utilized these cell types, delivered them under hydrodynamic conditions, and compared them with topical seeding versus the hydrodynamic seeding. So you can see here that you have tons and tons of cells that are located at varying depths by the hydrodynamic delivery. And one thing that's been interesting for us is that the cells actually, it's harder to see here, but during our analysis, we've recognized a change in their shape, showing stuff that relates to ways in which these cells are known for their migration-based variations. And other models that Jinu has helped us build, she started looking at AI-based reconstruction techniques, where you can take the innate image, and her model has basically been able to reconstruct these images to a great degree. So again, helping us along with this predictive tissue engineering platform. And for this, we come now to the point of thanking tons and tons of varying institutions and people that have helped us across the years in developing these studies, all the way from Belgrade to the US, looking at the NIH, Harvard Medical School, and Santa Ana, Pisa. Likewise, I just wanted you to get a small view of the people that I get to interact with on a daily basis. And once more, I'd like to thank you guys so much for this opportunity, and I'll take whatever questions or comments you have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Corridon, for the very innovative topics for today. And this is actually news for me because this is like beyond my expertise. But let me see if there's anything, anyone who have questions. Maybe you can raise your hand or type your question in the chat box. Okay, we have actually two questions, Professor. Probably we go first to chat box from Reza. Okay, this is the question about artificial intelligence. It can be used to predict the success of organ regeneration before the clinical implementation.
Okay.
Please.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you very much. And again, I apologize for the delay or the extension of the time. Forgive me for that, but thank you for indulging me. And a way in which this can work, Reza, is you've seen here, we've been able to figure out the recellularization efficiencies. We've also been able to define vascular retention vascular growth, vascular dynamics. So thinking about this can actually allow us to find ways or better improve ways of supporting these, testing them in vitro, and then hopefully looking at these outcomes before we get to the clinic. So these are some of the ways in which this can help. I hope this answers your question.
Okay. So Reza, if you still have any more following question, you can add to the chat box. Okay.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
And I think one more question, Professor, from Dr. Widati herself, please.
Okay, thank you, Bu Bima. Thank you, Prof. Peter. Very insightful
Nice meeting
presentation.
you.
Yes, this is new for me because I'm not from biomedical. So maybe I want to discuss with you gitu ya. What do you think about the gene on the DNA or the chromosome? Is it the happiness thing in the DNA or in the chromosome or in the gene? Maybe you can share based on your experience. And while doctor, or we perform transplant like heart transplantation or kidney transplantation, is it possible to change the characteristics of people because maybe the characteristics is in the DNA or in the chromosome or in the gene? Okay, what do you think? Thank you.
Okay. Well, these are pretty cool questions. And I think as life would have it now, we're gaining interest in ways in which we can try to understand them. So let's kind of figure out this way. So when you say the happiness gene, so this is interesting. So there are tons of things that relate to happiness that can support happiness. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. There are tons of things that can induce happiness, upstream, downstream, you name it. Now, there's one thing at the genetic level we started looking at, and it's getting more and more prominence: post-translational modifications. So these are things basically that, you have your innate genomic structure, and then your environment actually determines and plays a way into doing this. So let's say you can have a nice, happy genetic structure, for instance, or you can have one that is not nice and happy, and you change the environment. And the environment can actually upregulate varying functions that support you to becoming one side versus another side. So you see my point, right? So now environment is beginning to play a large point on this. Now, looking at it from the idea of introducing things exogenously and trying to get them to be pervasive, that's interesting, because if you introduce something that's genetically modified, you want to get it everywhere, because it's kind of like you want something that will be viable throughout the entire organism, as opposed to just locally within one unit or conduit. So I think that's a simplified version of how I can try to answer, can we exogenously deliver happiness? I think we can in different ways. But what I think we have to do too is figure out ways in which we can actually manipulate our own happiness centers in the body a bit more to be more responsive, because innately we have this major drugstore, as you have here. It provides you with painkillers and your happiness components as well. So it's just a means of trying to figure out how we can toggle those better. And environment, again, plays a major part, and ways in which we will see may come about for in vitro manipulation, which can potentially result in better in vivo manipulation. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, yes. So
Okay.
we can modify our environment, and the environment will change our genetic, our chromosome, yeah, or the DNA, and
Yes.
it can be happy or healthy because of the change of the environment, and also change our chromosome, our cell, our DNA. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prof.
You're
So
welcome.
we
You're
have to
welcome.
maintain ourselves. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. And that's one of the basic ways in which we can try that. So I hope this helps.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for the excellent answer. And I think we only have 5 minutes. So probably one more question from Dr. Sri Adiningsi.
Let's see. Does the waste problem agency think you have some lines? Maybe there's some abnormalities with the cell. Okay, so what I can do is try to potentially answer both questions with a quick statement. So in terms of biocompatibility, yeah, they are quite biocompatible, but you will also have issues relating from animal versus human. So then ways in which some of these animals may be reared specifically for human transplantation. So that's one way in which things can work about. And in terms of looking at the waste, as you can see here, waste is waste. And what we've been looking at is you have varying strains of organs or varying strains of animals, but they do have the same basic genetic compounds or basic genetic backbones or tissue structures. So yes, you can utilize things coming from Indonesia, the Philippines, you name it. You find a slaughterhouse and use those for your material extractions. So I hope this gives a quick and refined summary in some way. And if not, I can also text different responses if people have other points to follow up with. But again, thank you so much for this time. And I appreciate truly the recognition and the interest. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Professor Corridon. And I'm sorry for all the participants because we have limited time and we have to move to another session. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of our session, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Professor Corridon and also Professor Raffia for the very insightful presentations for today, and also for the honorable participants who has very I don't know, engaging questions for all these speakers. So as we wrap up, I want to thank everyone for joining us, and please forgive me for any inconvenience from our part, Professor Corridon and also Professor Raffia. Let me give the time back to the committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Bu Pima Rutia, for leading the first sessions this morning. And thank you so much for our distinguished speakers for the insightful and inspiring presentations. And it's really broadened our perspective also in that topic. So everyone, are you ready for the next sessions? Okay, let's see all the participants here. Are you ready for the next sessions? If you're ready, you can react. Yes, you can react by the raise hand or something. Okay, wow, a lot of you guys ready for the next session. All right, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the next part of our program today. It's the second sessions of the third Happy and Healthy International Symposium, which will continue to explore new perspective in cellulogenesis. And the next sessions will be moderated by Pak Sigit Adisaputro, SKM MKes PhD, as a lecturer and also researchers from Faculty of Public Health. So our moderator today is Dr. Sigit Adisaputro, SKM MKes PhD, as a lecturer and also researcher from Department of Epidemiology, Biostatistics, Populations and Health Promotions, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga. He earned his doctoral degree in data science for healthcare from Medal University, Thailand, and his master of public health with a focus on biostatistics and population health from Universitas Airlangga. Dr. Sigit has extensive experience in research related to biostatistics, epidemiology, and also data science, with several international publications in his field. So it's really an honor to have him for moderating our next session today. Dr. Sigit, the screen is yours now.
Thank you so much for Tessa for giving me the time. Can you hear me for everyone? Okay.
Yes, it's clear, Dr.
Okay.
Sigit.
Let's start with the next session. So the next session is about understanding mathematical models of healthy life. So we have Prof. Hadi Susanto here, right? Correct? Prof. Hadi?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good morning, Prof. Hadi. So I would like to invite you about the next session. Prof. Hadi Susanto is the lecturer from the Department of Mathematics, Alifa University. And the CV is already present in the Zoom that Prof. Hadi have a lot of experiences for supervising PhD student and then a lot of publication as well around mathematics and modeling. So we will learn some experience and maybe about his experience and knowledge that we would apply in our study in the future, and then as also about how to prove that mathematical models and understanding healthy life is benefit for us. So Prof. Hadi, maybe we can read your curriculum vitae much because it's quite a lot. So for spending the time, this time is for you, Prof. Hadi, and you can start for your presentation now. Your
Thank
time,
you.
Prof. Hadi.
Thank you. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity. It is a privilege for me to be here, and also it's kind of scary as well because the topic is completely new to me, and because of that, I I really had to study to prepare what I can share with everyone here. And because of that, and because of the limitation of my knowledge in the area of the conference, so I'm going to start with something that I am quite familiar, and then I will invite my colleagues here, the attendees of the conference, to think together what we can do with building a mathematical model that can be used in the study of thanatogenesis. And I would like to thank the audience as well for staying with me. So I hope what I'm going to present to you is going to be understandable, at least in the first few slides, and then we will continue with question and answer. Okay, so what I'm quite familiar with is for example, the last one is the time of COVID that happened in 2019. It was COVID-19. At the time, I just arrived in Abu Dhabi at Khalifa University. Just went to the office for less than a month, and then suddenly the university is closed for quite a long time, almost 2 years, or 1 year actually, and then we open slowly. Okay, so but why I'm reminding ourselves about COVID-19, because in building the response to the pandemic at that time, mathematics was like gaining its momentum. It's like people talking about mathematics, people saw that mathematics can be really helpful, and even mathematics really at the time influenced the policies that national leaders took. Okay, and actually mathematics is really useful, but most of the time it is not seen. So that's why many people ask whether mathematics is useful or not, because mathematics is like a player behind the curtain. So I would like to start with quoting some or citing some um, news that appeared at the time that hopefully will convince you that mathematics is really useful. So how math models shape national policy. So here, for example, I'm taking this news from Science magazine in 2020. So what I put as underline here is that the Dutch government, in taking their actions, including closing schools and businesses, even the prime minister used the help of mathematicians, and in particular, this professor named Jacko Wallinga. Okay, so even though he is as a computer scientist, but actually he's very well known for his contributions in mathematics, in mathematical models. Okay, so we can see that Jacko Wallinga was a key player, a key person in shaping the national policies regarding COVID-19 in the Netherlands at the time. And then in the UK, so here, at that time, in the beginning of the pandemic time, the UK government decided not to contain, not doing any lockdown. They just would like to delay the effect of the pandemic. Why did they do that? Why did they take that policy? It's because of a case study, because of a research study that was done by these researchers at Imperial College. And you can read the report. Actually, you can Google it on the internet. And the conclusion from the report, from the mathematical models that were analyzed and that was built by the group, was that lockdowns and school closures would result in a large second epidemic. Once measures were lifted. So as long as the city was locked down, then when it's lifted, it will would create a second wave of epidemic, okay, according to the first study. So because of the study, the government decided not to lock down the cities, the country. However, like 2 weeks later, the group dramatically revised the model based on fresh data from the UK and Italy, and concluded that even a reduced peak would fill twice as many intensive care beds as estimated previously. So they did not use like data because it was too early. So based on the mathematical models that they built, they decided suggested not to lock down. And then when they open, after several days, several weeks, new data came in, they revised the model, and the report, the study suggested to do closure, to lockdown. And that's what happened. The Prime Minister at the time, Boris Johnson, announces strict lockdown across country. So we see, first it was in the Netherlands, how the government used mathematicians to help them with deciding the national policies, and then also in the UK here. And also another report here, just seeing that how mathematics really help the government. And even more interesting was the case with Germany, that the German Prime Minister or Chancellor, Angela Merkel at the time, even because she has actually a PhD in chemistry, so she is or she was also a scientist. Even she herself explained the reason behind the national policies taken by the German government based on mathematics. Okay, so there's a video here that because of the time limit, I'm not going to play, but we could see how if you just Google and go to YouTube, search for this, you could see how she explains the mathematical models in a nice way, in very simple words. Some words that she mentioned or she used was like flat curve, model observations, reproduction factor or reproduction number. All of these are mathematical terminologies in epidemiology. Okay? So we see from 3 countries how math really shapes the national policies. Okay, so concluding from the previous slides, what I would like to share with you is that mathematical modeling is really useful, and in the context of the epidemic of the COVID-19, mathematics was used to evaluate and also forecasting what happens in the future based on some assumptions, and then collecting data as data came in. We evaluate the models, also the policies that were taken. So basically, there is like two ways interactions between the national policies and the mathematics. And I think it will be pity if I skip mathematics at all, or at least some equations. So the main model that were used or are used in epidemiology is actually based on the work of mainly based on the works of these 3 gentlemen. Okay, so Sir Ronald Ross got a Nobel Prize in 1902, and he had students, and these 2 students, Kermack and McKendricks, they developed the so-called compartment models that are nowadays widely used and really like an important model in epidemiology. Okay, so what is the model about? So basically what the model says is that in a population, in a community, in an environment of anything, can be, for example, human being or animals or livestock. And so the idea is that in the population, we can split the population into generally several compartments, several groups. And in this picture, I'm considering 3, which is the most common one, namely a group of people that's called susceptible. They are healthy and never been infected by the disease, whatever disease we are talking about. And then if someone is infected, then basically that person moves from being in the S compartment to the I compartment. What is the I compartment? Is the infective or infected compartment. And then if they manage to be healthy again, then basically that person will move to the next compartment, which is called recovered or remove compartment. So it's called remove because it can be back to healthy again, or unfortunately, in the worst case, passed away. Okay, then how? So if we remember our differential equations the lecturers in high school or in university, in calculus, then the change of the number of people inside the S compartment in time. So it will satisfy this equation here, this model here. So S will change. So the number of people in S in the susceptible compartment will decrease in time. Why? Because of interaction between a healthy person and an infected person. So S and I here multiply, it means they interact. So if there is an interaction between a healthy and an infected person, the interaction with some probability, which is represented by beta here, can get infected, can become sick. Once they are sick, so what happens is that the number of people in the I compartment will increase because of the interaction. Yeah, so there is an interaction. So someone is getting infected, so they will move to the I compartment, and then also the I compartment here will decrease, represented by the second term here. What does it mean? It means that can be cured with some treatment or pass away. Okay, so the reduction of the number of people in the I compartment, in the group I, will move or will make the removed compartment increase. Yeah, so basically the number here is just going directly to the I compartment. Okay, so this is a basic model. Nowadays, this is very, very simple. But what is amazing is that despite the simplicity, this model really captures even quantitatively the dynamics of infections. Okay. So then move to the topic, so the theme of the conference. I was searching on Google, trying to see if there is a similar model for salutogenesis. And interestingly, I could not find a single paper that used really compartment models to model salutogenesis. So I was wondering, why is it the case? Why there is nobody thinking of using compartment models to build what happened if someone happy interact with someone sad, and then with some probability, so the happy person will become sad as well. So maybe something like that, but I could not find any work on that. So maybe these features may be the reason why there is no compartment model yet for the study of salutogenesis. So, for example, in the case of infections, communicable diseases, the condition is really whether you are healthy or infected. That's it. So it's really discrete. The condition is either 0 or 1. This is not the case with happiness or with health situation, because when you are happy and less happy, so how we are going to split, how we are going to put people in different compartments if the condition is continuous. Okay, and so this might be a reason. And there are several other reasons. For example, here, but this is only my understanding. Okay? So, for example, in the case of infectious diseases, usually there is no strong memory effect. But in the case of happiness of people, so we have memory of what happened in the long time ago. So, and that also will determine how we manage stress, how we interact with other people, with other people who have problems, for example. So these are differences that I think may be the reason why the compartment models are not suitable for salutogenesis. But this is up for discussion. And however, what I found instead, maybe one work that is really close to salutogenesis was this one here. So a mathematical model for immunity versus infection under the effect of stress. And this is a new paper. It's a new math paper just published a couple of years ago. Okay, so this is really new. And what I found interesting is that they really the authors, I mean, really simplified the situation as much as they can. Then the model, I think, is going to be useful qualitatively, but quantitatively, I think that's also still going to be discussed. So what happened is that they model the dynamics of immunity versus infection under the stress by reducing factors and variables and parameters into, especially for the variables, into these two representations. What are they? The first one is X here, that represents the level of activity of the immune system. So X represents the immunity. And then Y here is the level of infection or sickness. And due to the scaling, so the rate or the scale is just between 0 and 1. So it has been scaled. I have only a couple of minutes left, and I would like to show this picture by the authors, Kuhn and I think his student, his former student maybe. So the dynamics of sickness or and versus immunity, okay, or sickness or happiness versus immunity. Remember that X represents immunity, X represents immunity, and Y represents infection or sickness. So the conclusion they presented in the work is that, S here represents stress, the level of stress that a person has or experiences. Okay, so they concluded based on the mathematical models that there are a threshold value of stress level. So they distinguish between no stress up to medium stress and then very high stress or burnout. So if the stress is low, then their model says that there is an equilibrium where someone can maintain to be healthy. So the infection here, for example, S here is a stress level. So for example, the stress level is 0.4. There is an equilibrium position where there is no infection, which means that the person is healthy with some immune system, which means that the immunity here is high because of the stress. So the stress to stay healthy under the stress, so someone must create some immunity. So there is a immunity here, shown by the blue curve, but there is no infection. And what is interesting is that once we move from being under stress to no stress at all, their model shows something interesting, that there is a possibility for an attack, so for infection, so for sickness. Okay. However, the peak of the infection happens only for a short while. So stress actually remove the immunity. So there is no, without stress, then the immunity will go down, drop. And because there is no immunity, then the infection will increase. With the increment of the infection, the immunity will increase as well. So in the end, the person will become healthy again. so no infection, with a stronger immunity. Okay, so if we used to work hard and then suddenly there's nothing to do, then it is possible that we get sick. However, our body will in the good condition, our body will create a new immunity that will make us healthy again. Okay. However, if the stress level is too high, and in this case it's represented by 0.7, and I forgot the threshold value they have. So here there is no equilibrium position. There is no tranquility. So the condition will always be like, if the stress level is high, someone will get sick and then healthy again, and then sick, healthy again, sick and healthy again. Okay, so this is based on the mathematical model. Is this really the case in real life? It's needs some analysis and data. Okay, and to conclude, so as I mentioned, that there is no model for salatogenesis yet at the moment, but I see it as an opportunity for us to collaborate. So I would like to invite colleagues to think about it, to consider if it is possible to make a model that can describe or that can be mimic what happens in real life in the context of salatogenesis. So I would like to thank everyone again for listening, and also I would like to thank especially the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my understanding here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hadi, for your very excellent presentation. So let's continue with discussion session. So if participants have question, you can send the question in chat, and then and also you can raise in the Zoom. Is there any question from the participant? If there is no, we may have question for Prof. Hadi. So I have one question, Prof. So like your presentation in your slide, you mentioned that the infection and the stress can be analyzed by using mathematical modeling. So when we link to the stress and the workload in maybe in health system, that every health policy, I mean in the primary healthcare or even in tertiary healthcare, so many medical staff or even doctors or others have a lot of load right now, because the density of the population is increasing by year. And for your opinion, Prof. Hadi, is it possible that we may develop some mathematical model that considers some several conditions like this? Is it possible, Prof? Or we can should just focusing on some indicator, something like this, that I want to know, because like you mentioned as well, I also interested with the slide about reproduction number that they predict for the infection of COVID-19. Even stress is not like we know that stress is not the infection disease, right? But sometimes when we have a condition that surrounding our life is having some stress, maybe stress can also associated with ourselves. So just this two questions, Prof. Hadi. About like about this condition. Okay, Prof.
Thank you, Pak Sigit, for the question. It's really interesting, actually. But to be honest, I think I would love to collaborate with my colleagues from the public health to know what needs to be considered if you would like to build a model, including the population density that you mentioned. I think that's really, really important to be included, but how we include it in the model, that is something that we need to discuss. So I think your questions are really interesting, and I think it will also make an interesting contribution to the society, to the community, once we can come up with a mathematical model. But at the moment, I still need to learn. I think this collaboration is going to be necessary and important if we'd like to build an interesting and useful mathematical model. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question as well from the student from Global Health. They ask about how to develop some policy brief or like transforming from the mathematical models to a policy, whether the policy not just in level national level but also maybe international level. So this question come from student from the Master of Public Health with the majoring global health study. So this question is about this, Prof. Is there any experience that evidence that something like this, yeah, mathematical modeling or even some evidence models, then directly or even they need a process to be a policy, not just in level national, but maybe regional and international.
Yes, that's a good question. So in the beginning of the slides, I showed already 3 cases at the national level, how mathematics and mathematicians influence national policies, right? It was in the case of the Dutch government, the UK government, and it was, especially for the UK, it was really clear how mathematics can change the decision or the mind of the UK Prime Minister. And the third case was in the case of Germany. Okay, in the case of Germany. And in Indonesia, I happened to be involved at the time with a consortium consisting of several universities, several researchers from several universities in Indonesia and also abroad. How we provided feedback to our government, Indonesian government at the time, regarding COVID-19. And yeah, to be implemented as national policy, then of course the mathematicians or the researchers must have some link. Okay, without the link, then of course it's going to be difficult. However, this is not the point. What the main point is that we have to try to solve the problem. Okay, so if you're a student, try to develop your skills, your knowledge, your ability to analyze problems around us. And in your case, for the students who ask the question, maybe epidemiology or public health problems, communicable, non-communicable diseases, and so on and so forth. Okay, and then whether it can be implemented as a national policy or not, we just provide the feedback. We just sound our analysis. Now we have Facebook, we have social media, we can use it. So yeah, basically mathematics or analysis is really important, has impact. Whether they can be implemented as a national policy or not, that's not up to us. If we have the opportunity, that is good. But what is important is we have to contribute in solving whatever problems are. So I hope that answered the question.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Hadi, for the excellent explanation and giving us in the insight for mathematical modelings in health promotion, especially for salutogenesis and in the a lot paradigm of public health sciences. So if there is no question, so I think it's enough. Prof. Hadi, thank you so much for the times, and we can continue for the next presenters. So the committee please help to show the next curriculum vitae of our presenter, please. So our next speaker is Dr. Srividati SOS MSE. She is our lecturers in health promotion from the same department with me of Department of Epidemiology, Biostatistics, Population and Health Promotion. Actually, she has a lot of experience, research, teaching, and also publication that I could not mention one by one. And she also have many experience as the leader for several organizations, including our national platform of public health, YAPMI, called Ikatan Ahli Kesehatan Masyarakat Indonesia. So long story, Dr. Widati also have participation on the dissemination of tobacco controls in our country, and also about several organizations international like in ASEAN level and Southeast Asia. She also have a lot of training that I could not mention one by one, and the expert is about health promotion and behavioral sciences. So, Dr. Widati, is your time to present about health promotion for salutogenesis, the application in our loving University Erlangga.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, salam swastiastu, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, juga salam sehat. Thank you, Pak Sigit, for the nice introduction of my CV. Okay, and my distinguished speakers, all of you, Prof. Hadi, Prof. Jun, and Prof. Peter, thank you for today for your sharing. And I will share my PPT. Okay, yeah. Okay, Pak Sigit, can you see my PPT?
Yes.
Yeah.
Still loading.
Okay.
Still loading, maybe still in cloud, or maybe because the weather of Indonesia is quite hot. That's mean the transferable is quite need time. So
Yeah.
still not present. Okay, right now it's present already.
Okay. Okay, you can see my PPT?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Hello, all participants in the Zoom. Thank you for joining us. In the 2 days, we share and we learn study about the salutogenesis from many speakers. The speakers share about all of salutogenesis in their area. Look like our Ministry of Health share about salutogenesis in Indonesia, what Indonesia conduct for salutogenesis in our people in Indonesia, and Prof. Hadi share about the model of salutogenesis. Prof. Peter share about the salutogenesis in the Chromosomes DNA, and Prof. Fernando share about the salutogenesis in Manila, in Philippines, and so on. So we can learn about the salutogenesis. And now we will study about the salutogenesis. We will share experience salutogenesis in Erlangga University or Universitas Erlangga. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is my CV. You can see my picture. You can see my face. This is very happy and healthy, right? Yeah, this is very happy and healthy. But I'm be happy and healthy, not passive activities, but this is proactive activities. What the meaning of salutogenesis is? This is a part to optimal our health. We will see the short video. Okay, where are you? We will see first the short video to understand about the salutogenesis. This is from the Instagram. You can see. Look at me. To the left side of the day. Feel like I'm clinging to the. Okay, and we will see another videos on YouTube. Yeah, back to my PPT. Okay, what do you feel while you seen the video? Do you feel happy? Do you feel healthy? This of Universitas Erlangga. If you first get into the main lobby of University Erlangga, you can see the flowers, you can see the lake and the sakura of Java. Yeah, that is tabebuya. We namely tabebuya. That is like sakura in Japan or in Korea. So hopefully everyone will get into Erlangga University, feel happy, feel healthy because of the flowers, because of the lake, because the infrastructure. So we will try to understand about the definition of the salutogenesis. The salutogenesis is from the Latin terminology salus, that means it's health, and the terminology of genesis from the Greek language, that means origin or creation. The salutogenesis is not the newest terminology in health because it's introduced by Aaron Antonsky in 1979. This is different with the old terminology of health. Okay, if the terminology of health in the order uh order, yeah, we call it we namely pathogenesis, which is the investigate what causes illness, yeah, what the causes of illness and how to prevent it. That is pathogenesis. But salutogenesis is contrary or contradictive with the pathogenesis because salutogenesis is explore what keep people healthy and how they can strengthen their internally and externally resources to handle stress effectively, to handle the life effectively. So everyone can be happy, can be healthy because of salutogenesis. This is unlike traditional health models that focus on disease causes, pathogenesis. Salutogenesis emphasizes the strengthening individual resources to achieve and to maintain optimal health. This is shift the perspective from simply fighting illness to actively promoting well-being. Jadi, salutogenesis ini berbeda dengan pathogenesis. Jadi kalau pathogenesis itu terminologi lama, di mana kita mencari penyebab utama dari sakit, kemudian kita membuat gimana mencegahnya. Tetapi kalau salutogenesis ini tidak begitu. Salutogenesis ini kita tuh mengeksplor resources yang ada di dalam diri kita, baik itu internal maupun eksternal. Dan dieksplor itu untuk menemukan apa yang bisa membuat saya well-being. That is salutogenesis. So we explore and explore and explore our resources internally and externally and make it to ourselves feel well-being. Yeah, that is salutogenesis. Contrast with pathogenesis, which is studies disease causes. Yeah, this is the opposite of pathogenesis. The aims of the salutogenesis is to maintain and enhance resources to handle stressor, to handle our life. So our life will always be happy, will always be healthy. Salutogenesis, a study about the origin of health, not just disease. So this is not passive activities, but this is proactive approach toward health promotion. Let's say, for example, I like flower very much. If I saw flowers, I feel happy, I feel healthy, I feel the beauty of the world. And I can, thanks to God, the world is so beautiful because of the flowers. That is me, what make me happy, what make me well-being. So I plant many flowers in our home, in my home. So while I get my home and I will getting to my home, I see many flowers and I can feel well-being. I can feel happy and I can thanks to God because of the beautiful words, because the beautiful life. Not because of the others ya. Jadi misalnya saya itu kan suka bunga gitu ya. Ketika saya melihat bunga, itu membuat saya tuh happy, membuat saya healthy, membuat saya merasakan well-being. Nah, yang saya lakukan adalah saya menanam bajak bunga di rumah saya. Jadi ketika saya masuk ke rumah, saya melihat bunga itu saya merasakan well-being, saya merasakan happy. Dan membuat saya bisa bersyukur, mengatakan kepada Tuhan bahwa terima kasih untuk dunia yang begitu indah, terima kasih untuk kehidupanku yang begitu indah. Sekalipun gitu ya, sekalipun tadi di kantor habis mengalami banyak hal yang mungkin stressful. Tetapi only with plant the flowers in my home, I feel happy, I feel healthy. And the flower is not expensive, this is very cheap. And I can handle it. I can reach it. Yeah, this is make me happy. This is salutogenesis. So salutogenesis is not passive activities. That is active, proactive. How we can upgrade our happiness. How we can create our well-being. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay. Yeah. And this is the three principle of the salutogenesis. We are focused on the factor to support well-being. What is make me happy? Make me happy. Maybe sometimes, yeah, sometimes while we meet someone, make us stress. So so I have to do something to make me happy while I meet the one. Or maybe I will avoid him, avoid her, because it's make me stress gitu. Ya, jadi terkadang teman-teman ada saat di mana kita itu ketemu sesuatu tuh stres atau ketemu seseorang tuh stres. Padahal kita nggak harus ketemu dia gitu. Jadi kadang saya harus menghindar untuk membuat hidup kita tetap healthy gitu ya, tetap happy begitu. Tapi sometimes ketika itu tidak bisa dihindari karena tugas dan lain sebagainya, maka yang dilakukan adalah gimana supaya tetap bisa happy ketika bertemu dengan orang ini gitu ya. Maybe make a jokes with the one gitu, with the person, or make I don't know, maybe make stories gitu ya. Okay, so the salutogenesis is emphasize internal and external resources, and this is based on the sense of coherence. Yeah, this is the perform or the effort of by Universitas Erlangga to make every people, to make community, campus community to being happy, to being healthy, to have well-being. So Universitas Erlangga plant the many flowers. So Universitas Erlangga plant many green tree. Hopefully everyone will go into the Universitas Erlangga will feel well-being, will feel the happiness, will feel the healthy. This is the effort. So the institution have job to make all of people in the institution to being happy and healthy. But not only the institution, this is also us. we are as personally as individual, we have to make our life happy, our life healthy, not because of everything that make us stress, but we have to create, we have to creative to make something, and we cannot compare it one with another one, because maybe because different personally different personally life one another. So we have to know ourselves, and we have to know our institution. Maybe some of us think that yes, Universitas Erlangga can conduct it, can create it, because you have lax land. That's different with my institution. We have limited area and so on. No, 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 no. You know that Erlangga University have 3 campuses in Surabaya. That is campus A, campus B, campus C. And the campus B, you know that my campus, Universitas Erlangga, is in the densely populated area. So that's it make us stress because very densely populated. But what Universitas Erlangga create to make people in campus B to be happy and to be healthy, the Universitas Erlangga built the building, namely ASEC, we call it ASEC. In the ASEC, you see that Universitas Erlangga make it so comfort and so clean. So everyone while getting the building, we can feel, oh, this is very, very well-being for me. Bapak Ibu, mungkin kita merasa bahwa oke lah, UNAIR bisa melakukan yang seperti itu karena memiliki banyak tempat yang luas, sehingga bisa mempunyai taman, bisa mempunyai bunga, bisa menanam semua itu. Bu Wit punya taman, bisa menanam bunga di rumah gitu ya. Tetapi kalau institusi saya itu ada di daerah yang sempit, yang tanahnya kecil. Bagaimana kita bisa membuat itu menjadi salutogenesis buat saya gitu, atau buat institusi saya? Tidak, Bapak Ibu, kita tahu bahwa Universitas Erlangga memiliki 3 kampus di Surabaya. Ada kampus A, B, C. Yang pertama-tama tadi yang ada Tabebuya itu kampus C, yang memang luas tanahnya. Tetapi kita tahu bahwa kampus B yang ada di Dharma Wangsa ini ada di daerah yang padat penduduk gitu. Lalu apa yang dilakukan oleh Universitas Erlangga supaya orang-orang yang masuk di Universitas Erlangga itu merasa happy dan healthy? Salah satunya adalah membangun gedung yang kita sebut ASEK gitu ya. Dan di dalamnya itu dibuat tempatnya itu nyaman, tempatnya itu bersih gitu ya. Sehingga setiap orang yang datang itu langsung, kalau orang Jawa itu mengatakannya adem ayem begitu, ayem tentrem. Itu salutogenesis. Itu salutogenesis. This is not only for our institution, but also for individual. You can see in your life. How about your life, your home, your car, your office? You can create it, the salutogenesis in your life. Okay, this is in Campus B of Universitas Erlangga. So the core principle of salutogenesis is the cohesion, meaning, and the mastery. This is the 3 principles of salutogenesis. Cohesion. Cohesion is a sense of connectedness and belonging. Jadi kohesi itu bagaimana kita ini bisa melihat segala sesuatu yang itu ada di dalam kehidupan kita, kemudian kita melihat itu ya. Jadi dan merasakan belonging gitu ya. Will something happen in your life, a trouble thing in your life, and you feel, oh my God, this is very trouble in my life. But you can see that, oh, I have God, and my God is so great. My God is lovely me so much. And I think my God can handle all of my life. I think this is the best for me in the future. So I can give thanks to my God, and I can perceive of our life by cohesion. Jadi dengan kita ini bisa melihat gitu ya bahwa kehidupan kita itu terkohesi, gitu, terconnected and belonging gitu ya. Jadi terconnected semuanya, bahwa sekarang mungkin saya mengalami sesuatu yang trouble begitu. Tetapi ini itu saya percaya bahwa yang terbaik untuk hidup saya karena saya memiliki God yang almighty gitu, yang sangat besar begitu dan bisa mengontrol seluruh kehidupan saya. Dan ini adalah yang terbaik untuk saya. Nah, ketika kita bisa mengatakan itu di dalam hidup kita, that is salutogenesis. Kita akan itu menjadi core principle of salutogenesis, di mana hidup kita menjadi salutogenesis. And the second principle is the meaning. Meaning is where's the individual finding purpose and significance in life. We can find our purpose in our life, and I have meaning for the purpose of my life. Ketika kita melihat bahwa hidup kita ini sangat berarti, sangat baik begitu ya, bahwa saya ada tujuan baik begitu, itu akan membuat kita ini salutogenesis. And the third core principle is mastery. Mastery is the belief of one's ability to influence outcomes and to control challenges. So if everyone or every individual feel that I can influence the outcome, I can control the challenges. So you will feel salutogenesis. Mastery artinya kita itu berpersepsi bahwa ini tuh sesuatu yang saya tuh bisa handle gitu. Itu sesuatu yang saya bisa kontrol lah. It's okay gitu. Jadi itu membuat kita ini menjadi salutogenesis. So the three principle of the salutogenesis, this is will empower individuals to cope better our life, your life. Yes, and we will discuss about the science of coherence components. The first core of the salutogenesis. The sense of SOC, sense of coherence. The first one is comprehensively. That is everything makes sense. It's predictable. So we can see that the comprehensive ability refers to perceiving life as a structures and understandable, manageability involves believing that one has the resources to cope with challenges. And meaningfulness pertains to finding purpose and significance in life's difficulties. And the manageable, I can manage our life. And the most crucial element is the meaningfulness. If we have meaningfulness of our life, this will empower us to live better, to have salutogenesis. Jadi dari komponen kohesivitas itu ada sense yang disebut dengan sense of coherence. Teorinya begitu. Ada SOC. SOC-nya ini ada 3 variabel ini, yaitu comprehensive, manageability, dan juga meaningfulness. Tapi yang paling berarti adalah meaningfulness. Ketika seseorang ini tahu bahwa ini tuh sesuatu yang sangat berarti. Let's example, while you in the UTS or UAS, ya, you will go create and one students maybe think this is very difficult and you will fail, but another student maybe feel that, oh, this is my challenges, I will grow up, I will get the highest grade in my study. So the two students will have different salutogenesis. And the meaningfulness make people avoid from suicide. Oke, jadi orang-orang yang dia melihat bahwa hidupnya ini berarti ketika ujian ini tuh sangat sulit, ini tuh sangat sulit, tetapi saya tuh mau naik kelas gitu. Itu akan membuat dia salutogenesisnya naik dan menghindari orang untuk bunuh diri. Kenapa orang bunuh diri? Karena meaningfulness-nya itu hilang atau nggak ada gitu. So meaningfulness is the most crucial element for salutogenesis. Without purpose, motivation to face challenge diminishes. So lack of SOC can increase susceptibility to mental and physical illness. Jadi kalau SOC kita itu rendah, maka itu akan meningkatkan sakit mental maupun sakit fisik. Jadi teman-teman kita harus berjaga supaya SOC kita itu tetap tinggi gitu ya. So we have to maintain our SOC because SOC predict better health outcomes. In the real lives, we call it resilience. We can resilience with many contexts, many happening in our life. How to maintain the salutogenesis? This is the effort we can do to maintain salutogenesis. That is balance nutrients. We can maintain balancing nutrients, exercising regularly, managing stress, building supportive relationship, setting clear health goals, and engaging in positive self-assessment. And cultivating a strong sense of coherence and adopting healthy habit empowers individual to cope better with life's challenges, ultimately fostering resilience and well-being. In essence, salutogenesis reminds us that health is an active process, something we can nurture every day through conscious choices and a positive mindset. So salutogenesis is choices. You choose salutogenesis or pathogenesis. Okay, this is the job of our institution to make all member of the institution have highest salutogenesis, including how the institution conduct the healthy infrastructure. Like in Universitas Erlangga, we have gazebo. We have gazebo, and in the gazebo, the student and the staff and the lecturer can discuss one another and have good relationship. Yeah, so the relationship will make salutogenesis rise up. And the relationship will make everyone have positive self-assessment, building supportive relationship, balance lifestyle choices, setting clear health goals, and effective stress management. This is the implementation of salutogenesis in daily life and in our institution. And this is the effort by Universitas Erlangga for salutogenesis. We built the theatrical area, so every students and lecturer and staff can make dramas in the area, can discuss, can chat one another in the area. You can see in the campus A, campus B, and campus C of Universitas Erlangga. So the practical step from the salutogenesis is cultivate a self-esteem and recognize strength. You have to know what your strengths, what your resources, and maintain social connection. Yeah, we are social human beings, so we have maintained social connection. Make healthy daily decision. Every day we have to decide everything. So make healthy daily decision. Set achievable health objective and practice relaxation techniques. One of relaxation techniques is you can inhale for 4 seconds and hold for 4 seconds and exhale for 4 seconds. Or maybe we can practice this. Yeah. Let's go. I will count it. Yeah. Inhale for 4 seconds. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. So while you mad or angry, you can practice the relaxation technique. Well, I agree with Pak Sas maybe. I can practice the relaxation techniques. I will inhale for 4 seconds and hold for 4 seconds and exhale for 4 seconds. This is make our cell, our genetic, our chromosome will balance and we can get salutogenesis. As Prof. Peters told that our chromosome, our DNA, our cell will different while we sad and while we happy. And the Professor Heidi told that our happiness will affect to our immunity. Yes. So let's practice relaxation techniques every day. What the activities for salutogenesis? This is activities for salutogenesis for institution, and I implemented it in Unitas Erlangga by Erlangga Health Promotion Center, because in Erlangga we have Erlangga Health Promotion Center. The main job desk is to make everyone in Erlangga University to be happy and healthy. This is in the preventive and promotive area. So the activities is we have to advocate the decision maker to agree with us about the salutogenesis. And the salutogenesis is including every policies in university. You know that while university want a salutogenesis for everyone in university or an institution, so they have to budgeting it. They have to build the infrastructure. They have to build the policy. This is all about the policies. And the policies is in the decision making. And our activities also we have universities committees specialty for salutogenesis effort. And the another activities is social support and empowerment. So we have in the institution, we have health promotion program for physical, for social, for mental, and for economic. And also the policies upon the zero tolerance of tobacco, zero tolerance of alcohol, zero tolerance of gambling, zero tolerance of sexual harassment. This is the effort in the institution to make everyone in the institution to be happy and healthy. And also we have the consult area for mental health problem. Yeah, I will show you after this slide. And we also have medical screening every semester, once every year for anyone. Medical screening, so we can know how about our physically health. And the activities also we evaluate monitoring and evaluate the key performance. Jadi Bapak Ibu untuk salutogenesis ini seperti saya bilang, dia aktivitasnya itu tidak pasif, tetapi harus diupayakan secara aktif. Ada upaya proaktif begitu ya. Dan ini sangat dipengaruhi oleh si pengambil keputusan. Si pengambil keputusan ini karena dia harus membuat policy, kebijakan. Misalnya, kalau mau membuat kampusnya atau institusinya itu bersih, rapi, kemudian menyenangkan, maka ya harus ada budgeting untuk ke sana begitu, ada anggaran untuk ke sana gitu. Bahkan ada unit khusus yang menangani tentang itu. Kenapa? Karena kalau unit lain disuruh menangani itu, maka sudah overload dengan program, dengan job desk utama begitu. Seharusnya seperti itu. Dan activities yang bisa dilakukan itu ya edukasi ya, health promotion, malah edukasi health promotion to promote health, baik itu fisik, sosial, mental maupun ekonomi. Kemudian menerapkan zero tolerance, tidak mengkonsumsi alkohol, tidak merokok, tidak judi gitu ya, tidak melakukan sexual harassment gitu ya. Kemudian kalau sudah mental health-nya ada masalah, melakukan konsultasi gitu ya, konsultasi profesional, kemudian melakukan medical screening. Jadi kita tahu dari awal sekali untuk tahu bahwa tubuh saya itu apa, ada yang kelebihan, apakah gula kelebihan, asam urat kelebihan, dan seterusnya. Dan semua itu dilakukan evaluasi monitoring untuk key performance-nya. Ini adalah tugas upaya dari semua institusi untuk membuat salutogenesis di dalam institusinya. Ya, jadi ada dua ya, institusi yang membuat salutogenesis dan kita sendiri harus membuat diri kita salutogenesis. Oke. Ya, this is zero tolerance in Universitas Erlangga. This is the effort by Universitas Erlangga to make everyone in Universitas Erlangga being happy and healthy, to have the highest salutogenesis in their life. And this is the health promotion to make everyone in Universitas Erlangga being happy and healthy. So we conduct the training for lectures, for staff and for students in all of Universitas Erlangga and campus A, campus B, campus C, campus D, and Banyuwangi, campus E and F in Gresik and Lamongan. This is our documentation, and not only for offline, but we also conduct the health promotion education by online in the Erlangga Health Promotion TV, in the podcast, in the Instagram, in the YouTube. Yeah, this is the effort by Universitas Erlangga to make us happy and healthy. You can seen the senam otak brain exercise in this symposium and make us happy. Our the participant in Zoom may be happy. This is our documentation, and not only for staff and lecturer, but we also conduct Universitas Erlangga also conduct salutogenesis for students, namely SOBI. SOBI is Sobat Happy and Healthy, Friends for Happy and Healthy. This is the facility from the Universitas Erlangga for students to share one another, to make a club in by students, and this is our effort from the mental health. If you surfing in the epc.udair.ac.id, you can get the curhatku, my chatting ya, teman ngobrol, curhatorium, and rumah curhat Sobi. This, if you have some problem in your life and you won't share with your friend, with students, another student or staff, you can go into the website and you can click the teman ngobrol and you can chat one another about your problem. And we also have collaboration with Rumah Sakit Menor, with the application Ojo Bingung Don't Be Confused application, and this is the WhatsApp. This is free for all. You can handle by the psycholog. Yeah, and this is our club in Universitas Erlangga for diabetic, for hypertension, and for mental health problem, and for addiction. Okay, this is the summary of my session. Salutogenesis emphasizes creating health rather than just preventing disease. Salutogenesis not only preventing disease. Salutogenesis emphasizes creating active, proactive, to make you happy, to make you healthy, to make your life better. This is a strong sense of coherence is the central to health, and you can practice the habits and mindset can enhance your well-being. So let's adopt the salutogenesis approach in our life and in our institution. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Sigit.
Oke, belum bersuara aku.
Yeah.
Okay, most welcome, Dr. Widati. Very nice presentation about salutogenesis. Is there any question from participant to Dr. Widati about salutogenesis? It's very important, right? Because we are living in a modern life and our lifestyle, current lifestyle is very, very high risk about the problem of mental illness, particularly for the academics, academics environment, right? That most of the problem not just coming from the academic part, but the most important is about the social part, the academic living. So surrounding academic living is very important. Please, question, please. Okay, they have one comment from Vida Aulia, student from Master of Public Health. I will read the comments or the question. I think resilience is an essential attitude for graduate students in order to survive in master program. As we know, postgraduate students come from diverse backgrounds. Some are working while studying. Some have infants, and others come from different regions, but it's quite far from their family and so on. Therefore, as students, we really need the support from our peers, the university lecturers and academic staff. So my question is, how can lecturer and academic staff act as salutogenesis agent in creating meaningful learning experience for students? Very hard
Okay.
question, I think.
Yeah, we all know what Sigin. Both staff and students and lecturers. We are all in the stressful life now. Yes. So this is not easy for us to be salutogenesis. But the key of salutogenesis is make yourself salutogenesis, and you can have another to salutogenesis. If you are not happy, you are not healthy, you cannot have people to be happy and healthy. If the staff, the lecturers not happy, not healthy, so the staff and the lecturers will very difficult to have students happy and healthy. This is very natural. Our creators, our God make like this. So this is our, I think this is the institution job to make all of staff and all of lecturers to be happy, to be healthy, to be salutogenesis. So staff and lecturer can help students to be salutogenesis. But you know, sometimes we have no power or powerless to make it real in our life. And we cannot only angry or whatever it is or demonstrate for it. No, no, no. You can apply it in your life. You are as a staff, you are as a lecturer, you are as a student. Make yourself salutogenesis. Explore your resources internally and externally. And what can you do to make yourself happy and healthy? Ya, jadi kita itu terkadang tidak punya power begitu kan untuk membuat sesuatu itu menjadi salutogenesis. Yang harus kita lakukan adalah kita powernya itu hanya ada di diri kita. Jadi kita harus mengeksplor resources yang ada di diri kita yang bisa membuat kita happy dan healthy. Kita nggak bisa marah menuntut institusi atau menuntut dosen ya untuk membuat mahasiswa ini menjadi happy atau healthy, menjadi agent salutogenesis ya. Nggak bisa kan? Yang kita lakukan adalah kita explore begitu diri kita, resources kita itu apa yang bisa membuat saya happy dan healthy. Karena jangan berharap kita bisa menjadi agent of salutogenesis kalau kita sendiri tidak salutogenesis kita. Kalau kita sendiri tidak happy dan kita tidak healthy gitu ya. Nah, tetapi yang penting adalah tidak melakukan kesalahan, dosa, pelanggaran hukum, tidak melakukan sesuatu yang haram gitu. It should be halal ya, not haram. Gitu. Oke, so itu mungkin yang harus dilakukan Pak Sigit ya.
Okay, thank you so much for the insight. We still have question. We still have question. Hello, Bu Wiwit. What do you think about nowadays Gen Z often curhat in social media? Is that good mechanism to solve emotional daily problem? Yeah, Gen Z has a lot of problem. They huge problem compared to other people. Like that, other people don't have problem, but just only Gen Z have problem. I think all the things in the world just the problem for Gen Z. That's it.
Yes, Gen Z maybe have many problem and low resilience, but Sigit, remember that we are I and you as the parents of Gen Z. So we have to responsible karena orang tua Gen Z juga yang melahirkan anak Gen Z gitu kan. Ya, so yang harus dilakukan apa gitu ya? While you curhat, while you told your story in the social media, maybe make you happy or make you rise up on your salutogenesis. But you have to remind that in the social media, everyone can access it. Everyone can access it. Everyone can read it. Everyone can saw it. And this is not good for your life. You know that you cannot control the netizen. They can comment as they want to comment. So you cannot control them. So and maybe their comment will make you more sad and angry and not happy. So what do for the Gen Z? You can type your story in the paper or in your handphone, but don't send it. Only for you. After you write it, please delete it. Or you can write your story in the paper and you can burn it. Jadi kalau kita curhat di media sosial itu memang salah satu cara untuk salutogenesis itu naik karena lega. gitu ya. Tetapi jangan salah, karena itu bisa dibaca semua orang, netizen bisa baca dan kamu nggak bisa kendalikan komennya dari netizen. Yang bisa membuat kamu tuh lebih apa ya, lebih kecewa atau lebih sedih gitu ya, atau malah marah gitu. Jadi tidak membuat kamu jadi happy. Jadi yang harus dilakukan apa? Betul, kamu harus keluarkan itu, kamu tulis itu di paper, di kertas gitu ya. Setelah itu kertas itu dibakar atau disobek-sobek gitu. Atau kamu boleh tulis di dalam jajet kamu, karena sekarang kan paperless ya. Tulis di jajet kamu, tetapi itu jangan di-send. Itu di-lock. Atau jangan dikirim. Langsung dihapus lagi. Another ways is you can share with your friend, your close friend, your trusted friend. You can share by chatting or by WhatsApp. Look like I and Pak Sigit. Ya, jadi bisa juga cerita ke temannya begitu. Iya, ke temannya yang bisa dipercaya, nggak ember ya. Bisa menuliskannya di WhatsApp ke hanya ke teman itu gitu. Tapi kamu harus tahu bahwa dia memang orang yang bisa dipercaya, nggak cerita ke yang lain gitu. Oke, that's it from me, Pak Sigit.
Okay, still have question. Still have question. Um, maybe the last, yeah, because we have the limit time. How can salutogenesis be included in regional planning documents, such as RPJMD or RENSTRA? And is it essential or to include or not? Wow, it's also another quite with question ya, berbobot questionnya.
Yeah, Pak Sigit, today we talk about salutogenesis, including salutogenesis in Indonesia. That's what we invite Ministry of Health to talk about the policies in Ministry of Health in our country. Salutogenesis is the job all of people and all of institutions, including the biggest institution that is country. So the planning of RPJMN or RPJMD, that is the planning of Indonesia, ya. We have to make the planning as a policy with based on salutogenesis. The planning is not make us or make people to be stressed. No, don't do it. You can plan your RPGMD, your planning in the country, on the provincial, on in the city, how to make us salutogenesis, not make us stress, not make us feel dangerous. Ya, jadi sebetulnya salutogenesis itu adalah tugas dari semua institusi. Kita sendiri dan juga institusi, termasuk institusi terbesar yaitu negara. Negara seharusnya juga membuat kebijakan itu berbasis salutogenesis, berpihak kepada salutogenesis. Sehingga RPJMN, RPJMD ini harusnya membuat kita ini saluto gitu. Sebetulnya, ini aku dalam bahasa Indonesia aja supaya yang luar nggak denger ya, karena misalnya ya, kebijakan makan bergizi gratis gitu ya, itu kan maunya membuat saluto supaya semua people di Indonesia itu mendapat makanan cukup. Nah, bagus ya. Bagus ini visinya. Itu untuk saluto gitu. Nah, teknisnya itu seharusnya juga bikin saluto gitu. Anda bisa menerjemahkan sendiri gimana supaya membuat kita itu happy and healthy. Dan semua kebijakan kita, why we have cadre, why we have primary healthcare, why we have hospital, why we have health worker, why we have institution of education, because we want all people in our country being happy, being healthy, being salutogenesis. So our planning, our policies have to tend to salutogenesis. That is Pak Sigit. Thank you.
Very nice quote. Very nice quote. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Widati, for the presentation, insight, and also the initiation for everything, yeah, to make our mental health should be under control by ourselves, right? Because sometimes we already try to handle everything in our life, but sometimes in our life there is some way, somebody, and then some things coming to our life, and we cannot control it when the time and the place is coming. Okay.
Pak Sigit, after lunch, we have session from Pak Paulo, Prof. Paulo. She is from University of Cagliari, Italy. He is expert of salutogenesis from IUCPE, International Union Health Promotion and Education. He is the expert in the world of the
Oh, wow.
salutogenesis. Okay, so all participants, please join us after the lunch.
Okay, I think our time for the session is up already, so we can finish this session. And I would like to invite Tessa as the MC to guide the others on next schedule.
All right. Thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Sigit Arisaputro, SKM MKes PhD, for skillfully leading the insightful sessions, and also sincere appreciations to Dr. Sriwidati for the valuable knowledge and also the perspective. Okay, good job everyone for your participations today. And that concludes our morning sessions of the Third Happy and Healthy for the first sessions. So I hope the discussions have inspired new ideas and also collaborations in the field of public health and also salutogenesis. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break until 1:30 p.m. Indonesian time. Okay, once again, we will now take a break until 1:30. Please take time to rest, have lunch, and prepare for the next sessions this afternoon. Okay. We kindly invite everyone to return and rejoin to the Zoom meetings few minutes before 1:30 so we can continue our program, our material on time, okay? Once again, I kindly invite everyone to return and to rejoin to the Zoom meetings few minutes before 1:30 because we still have the best speakers and also the best moderator in the next sessions. Thank you very much and see you again after the break.
Indonesia adalah negara yang terletak di atas 3 lempeng tektonik utama, menjadikannya salah satu wilayah paling rawan bencana alam di dunia. Gempa bumi, tsunami, gunung meletus, hingga banjir telah menjadi ancaman nyata bagi kehidupan masyarakat kita. Secara geografis, Indonesia berada di zona cincin api Indo-Pasifik, tempat bertemunya lempeng Eurasia, lempeng Pasifik, dan lempeng Indo-Australia. Posisi ini membuat Indonesia rentan terhadap gempa bumi dan letusan gunung berapi. Gempa bumi bisa terjadi karena beberapa hal, yaitu gempa tektonik yang disebabkan oleh pergerakan lempeng bumi, gempa vulkanik akibat aktivitas gunung berapi, dan gempa runtuhan atau terban yang disebabkan oleh longsoran di bawah tanah. Ketika gempa bumi terjadi, energi besar dilepaskan dari bawah tanah, menyebabkan guncangan terus. Jika terjadi gempa saat Anda di dalam ruangan, lakukan langkah mitigasi keselamatan, yaitu drop, cover, and hold. Ketika guncangan terasa, segera berlindung di bawah meja yang kokoh. Lalu, tahan posisi Anda hingga guncangan berhenti. Setelah guncangan berhenti, lakukan evakuasi jika situasi telah aman. Berikut adalah prosedurnya. Tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Lindungi kepala dengan tangan atau benda ringan. Keluar gedung melalui jalur evakuasi. Cari tempat berlindung yang aman seperti samping meja atau almari kokoh. Evakuasi diri ke titik kumpul yang telah ditentukan. Jika Anda berada di dalam keadaan darurat, ingat langkah-langkah ini. Segera tinggalkan pekerjaan dan gedung setelah ada tanda bahaya. Hindari kepanikan. Ikuti instruksi petugas darurat. Matikan semua peralatan kerja, terutama listrik, dan tutup laci meja. Jangan menunda evakuasi untuk mengambil barang pribadi. Pergi ke area terbuka yang aman. Jangan masuk kembali ke gedung sebelum ada instruksi resmi.
Selamat datang di Universitas Airlangga. Sebagai salah satu upaya untuk menciptakan lingkungan belajar, bekerja, dan beraktivitas yang aman dan nyaman, Universitas Airlangga mengedepankan sisi keselamatan dan keamanan bagi seluruh individu.
Sebelum memasuki kawasan Universitas Airlangga, pastikan bahwa Anda telah mematuhi protokol kesehatan sesuai dengan kebijakan yang berlaku. Taatilah juga 5 kebijakan zero tolerance yang terdiri dari
Menerapkan metode berkendara safety riding dengan menggunakan peralatan berkendara yang memadai. Dilarang membawa ataupun mengkonsumsi minuman keras maupun obat-obatan terlarang. Dilarang melakukan perundungan ataupun kekerasan seksual. Dilarang untuk merokok di seluruh wilayah kampus Universitas Airlangga. Dan poin kelima, dilarang melakukan praktik perjudian di seluruh kawasan Universitas Airlangga. Nah, jangan lupa juga bagi teman-teman semua untuk tetap menjaga kebersihan di lingkungan kampus dengan membuang sampah pada tempat yang telah disediakan.
gedung-gedung di lingkungan Universitas Airlangga dilengkapi dengan fasilitas keamanan untuk memastikan keselamatan Anda. Pastikan Anda mencermati denah dan mengenali lokasi fasilitas keselamatan saat berada di dalam gedung. Alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR terletak di koridor dan area strategis lainnya di dalam gedung. Tangga darurat tersedia di setiap lantai sebagai jalur evakuasi. Peta evakuasi dipasang di lokasi tertentu untuk membantu Anda memahami jalur evakuasi dan titik kumpul. Ketika terjadi gempa, tetaplah tenang dan hindari rasa panik. Berlindunglah di bawah meja atau furnitur kokoh untuk melindungi diri Anda dari benda yang berpotensi terjatuh. Jauhi kaca, rak, atau benda berat lainnya yang dapat menimpa Anda. Setelah situasi aman, ikuti jalur evakuasi menuju titik kumpul. Ketika terjadi kebakaran, janganlah panik. Jika alarm berbunyi, segera hentikan aktivitas Anda dan gunakan jalur darurat untuk meninggalkan gedung. Jika terdapat asap tebal, berjongkoklah dan tutupi hidung serta mulut Anda menggunakan kain atau masker. Setelah keluar gedung, segera menuju titik kumpul yang telah ditentukan dan laporkan situasi kepada petugas keamanan. Jika Anda terjebak di dalam lift, tetaplah tenang. Tekan tombol bantuan untuk menghubungi petugas dan tunggu hingga bantuan tiba.
Demikianlah prosedur keselamatan di Universitas Airlangga dengan mematuhi peraturan. Mari kita ciptakan lingkungan di Universitas Airlangga yang aman dan sehat, sehingga dapat mendukung jalannya kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik di wilayah Universitas Airlangga. Sekian dan terima kasih. Mari dengan bersama kita ciptakan Universitas Airlangga yang aman dan nyaman untuk semua.
Oke, stop. Daripada makan sembarangan, lebih baik jaga gaya hidup dan makan sesuai dengan isi piringku. Kalau lagi stres dan butuh konsultasi, kunjungi website AHPC UNAIR agar segera mendapat solusi. Dan ekspresikanlah dirimu. Jangan mau jadi mahasiswa jompo. Ayo perbanyak olahraga. Berolahraga nggak harus jago kok. Yang penting gerak dan have fun. Oh ya, semua fasilitas ini untuk siapapun. Stop terjebak pinjol. Yuk kelola keuanganmu. Sekalian wirausaha deh. Bisa tuh jadi ide Bandung Woman. Selama di area Universitas Airlangga, patuhi 7.0 tolerance. Dilarang merokok di area kampus. Dilarang mengedarkan dan mengkonsumsi obat-obatan terlarang. Dilarang mengkonsumsi alkohol. Dilarang melakukan praktik perjudian. Dilarang melakukan perundungan dalam bentuk apapun. Dilarang melakukan tindak pelecehan seksual. Dan lakukan praktik berkendara yang aman, jangan kebut-kebutan ya. Pilah dan buang sampah pada tempat yang sudah disediakan. Biasakan penerapan zero waste juga. Taati aturan berpakaian di kawasan Universitas Airlangga. Gunakan pakaian yang rapi dan sopan sesuai dengan kegiatan yang dilakukan. Wajib juga menggunakan sepatu. Jangan cuma kejar prestasi akademik dan non-akademik, kamu juga harus sehat dan bahagia. Karena UNAIR adalah happy and healthy campus.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome back again. And I will say good afternoon for distinguished guests, respected speakers, and all the participants that join here. So everyone can rejoin and join these Zoom meetings again after the break. Okay, welcome back to the third Happy and Healthy International Symposium with the theme Health Promotions for Sheltogenesis. I hope everyone has enjoyed their break and is now refreshed and ready to continue to our next sessions this afternoon. Okay, I'll make sure everyone ready to the next session. So please open your camera. I will kindly invite everyone to open the camera and to be ready and stand by for the next session. And also maybe for the committee to remind the participant to rejoin to the Zoom meetings because we will begin the session 3 of this Zoom meetings. Okay, everyone. So I hope everyone has enjoyed their break. And now we ready to continue to the next sessions. We will now begin to the session 3 of the topic Celtogenesis Challenges for Individual Setting and Society. And these sessions, we will explore how celtogenesis approaches can be applied and sustained across personal, social, and also institutional contexts to strengthen overall health and well-being. To guide these sessions, we are honored to have Budamai Arum Pratiwi, SKM MKM, as our moderator. Okay, so Budamai Arum Pratiwi is a lecturer and also researcher from the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga. She earned her bachelor degree in public health from Universitas Airlangga and her master's degree in the same field from Universitas Indonesia. Her research focused on health promotion and community development, including school health initiative and the psychosocial-cultural aspects of health among various communities. She has been actively involved in studies related to health promoting school and the well-being of internal migrant workers. So we are delighted to have her to moderate the sessions and facilitate today's discussion. So without further ado, please welcome Budamai Arum Pratiwi, SKM MKS. MKM, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Miss Thessalonica, or we'll also call her Miss Tessa, for introducing me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Damai. Welcome to the third Happy and Healthy International Symposium. It's a great honor for me to serve as the moderator for this session. And this afternoon, we are truly privileged to have with us Professor Paolo Contu from the University of Cagliari, Italy. I would like to say hi to Professor Contu. Hello, good morning, Professor Contu.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Hi, good morning. Is it morning or afternoon in
For me,
Cagliari?
it's morning,
Oh, okay.
8:30
Good
in the
morning,
morning.
Professor Contu. How's your day?
It was a big thunderstorms, but now not so bad.
All right. I hope everything will be go smoothly for today's session. But before we begin the session, I will introduce our honorable speaker. Professor Contu is a professor of public health and also serve as the coordinator of the healthcare program at the University Hospital of Cagliari. His academic and professional contribution, please for the committee to help me to scroll down. Okay, his academic and professional contributions have been central to advancing public health, health literacy, and also the salutogenic approach to well-being, as his expertise is in salutogenesis. Throughout his career, Professor Contu has published extensively in international journals, as you can see on the screen. Among his research, notable works are related to health literacy, physical activity, and also salutogenesis, of course, and study exploring sense of coherence that this will be part of our session today, and quality of life in Italian chronic patients. And today, Professor Contu will share his insights on the topic salutogenesis, challenges for individual setting and society. All right, without further ado, to Professor Paolo Contu, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Can I share my slides?
Sure, sure, Professor.
I don't see them. Can you see?
Yeah, it's already on the screen.
Probably it's more a problem with my screen.
Oh, I see. Suppose the internet connection?
No, it's very
Probably.
small, but anyway.
Oh, it's very small. All right. Maybe the committee could help Professor Contu.
I don't know if it's only for me that is small, and in this case, it's not a problem because I can use, or it's small for everyone.
It's on the normal screen. The resolution is okay on my screen. I don't know. For the
Because
rest of
I see
participants.
that no, because I realize that I cannot change the slides from here.
Oh, all right. Do you need assistance from our committee?
Maybe
Professor
because
all right.
if it seems that it's impossible to change the slides. I can try again anyway. Just to start.
Committee will help to share, yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon again. As already told, I'm a professor of public health, but what is more related with this conference is the fact that I work for several years. I'm still involved with health promotion, with the salutogenesis group in IHP and in STARS, that is the Society for Salutogenesis. And so what I will discuss today will be more related with the last discussion and the last development in our group of salutogenesis. An additional point, I'm Vice President of the International Union for Health Promotion and Education for Membership. And so sometimes maybe I will also discuss some other points related with the IHP. So this is the first slide, when I will ask to change the slides. And I decided that probably to avoid just a speech, I would prefer to start with a practical situation to explore the meaning of salutogenesis. Here you can see these two pictures, and that present a situation where salutogenesis is acting and a situation where is without salutogenesis. We can start looking at the right side. The title is Ill-being and Disease. You see the picture that there is a table. This table has a lot of food, and the people around the table have some kind of spoons, but the characteristic of these spoons is that they are very long. So people is able to use a spoon to collect the food, but when they try to bring the food in their mouth, as you can see there, this is impossible. So they are in a, for this reason, they are hungry, they are not happy, they feel a difficult situation. Now we can go to the second slide, to the second part of the slide, the green one. And you see that the general situation, the environment is the same. You have the same kind of table, the same kind of pot, the same people around the table, but their habit, their situation is completely different. They are happy, they ate. What changed? What changed is that a person decided to use the spoon to give the food to another one, and then everyone change the way to use the spoon. They support each other, and they understand that the spoon that were not useful to feed themselves could be used to feed the other persons, and so everybody can receive the food. This is the well-being is salutogenic situation where people use the same resources, the same tools, but in a different way. We can move to the next slide. And this is more formal. With the slide, we can explore the different words related with salutogenesis. The third word is stimuli. We live in a world where every day, every minute, in every occasion, we have stimulus around us. It's raining, and you feel maybe cold, or you feel that you're wet, or it's you have sun and it's warm, or you see food around you. This food around you can be a stimulus, because if you see the food, you have idea, I would like to eat them, or maybe you have idea, I don't like to eat them. But what happened here, the stimuli is this food, this delicious food, but they have the second stimulus, the food is there, but we have only these long spoons that we cannot use directly. So the stimuli can be appraised, can become a stressor. So a situation maybe you don't like. You can, because in some way the food that was expected to be a resource, to be a good thing, to bring you to happiness, is becoming like a torture. You can see the food, but you cannot eat. You can not use. But why this happened? Because you are appraising the situation as a menace, as a threat. You see that there is the situation, you're not able to use the resources you see. But there is the other possibility, the green one. You can think this is a challenge. This is not a menace for me. This is a good stress. It's a stress because I can find a solution to solve the situation and to use this food and the spoon. In salutogenic term, we call this ability to appraise the situation as a challenge, more than as an opportunity, more than a negative stress. We can call this sense of coherence, that is the center of salutogenesis. We will come back on this, but just to remember, since this coherence in this case means to have a meaningfulness in you, that this is not something bad, but this is everything around you can be a fascinating challenge. I see the world around me as something I can use to be happy. to use the word of this conference with happy. Why and how you can appraise as a meaningful in this way? If you are able to understand the word. Understand the word means to look around with a free mind and to see, so we have a table, we have a spoon, we have a pot, we have food, we have other person around, and I would like to put all these things together to comprehend, to understand the world I have around. And if I understand, if I have an aim, a meaningful aim, I can manage. So the position is, how can we manage to eat? How can we be able to eat? And you think we can use the spoons in a different way. If you are able to do this, to appraise the situation as a challenge, you are solving successful management of your situation of tension. Because you have a state of tension related to the presence of the food, and this difficulty to use less food, and you experience that you have been able to eat, so you have been able to solve a problem. The alternative is the unsuccessful management. So you experience that you are not able to use the resources around you. And I start to use this word resources, and we come back to resources. In this case, but in general in salutogenesis, we talk about general resistant resources and specific resistant resources. When we are telling about what is the difference, the specific resources is something that you have there, that is there to solve your specific problem. In this case, the food is the specific resources. Your problem is you need to eat, and the resources is the food. If you need, for example, you have a fever, the resource is to take a drug, some kind of pharmaceutical product to reduce your fever. And which is the general resistant resources? Looking to the pharmaceutical aspect is, for example, to have a pharmacy where you can go to buy or to collect your medicine, or is the money to do this, or is a health insurance that enable you to receive the treatment. So the specific resources is the treatment you need, the general resources is the system allowing you to go towards treatment. In this case, it's clear that spoons can be a resource, a general resource, because you can eat this food or a different food. But also in the specific situation, the presence of other persons who can use their spoons to give you the food is another resources. But the resources enabling the other resources is the ability to cooperate and to have the social support. So salutogenesis is always a management of resources. Good management if, as in the green side, you are able to use in the proper way, but management if the resources stays there and you cannot use. What happens after this? But if you have a successful management, you are happy, satisfied, you experience joy, also joy in helping the others, and you are start to talk with the others. So probably first resource you use for the food, you will use in the future for different cooperation with the same persons, but also if you ate, if you have eaten, you have also the strength to do other things. So this successful management enabled by SOC and using the resources is also allowing you to have more and more well-being. On the opposite side, you are not able to eat, you are hungry, you are weak because you didn't eat, you have person around you that you cannot with whom we cannot collaborate. So we are more and more ill, more and more in a bad situation. In some way, the sense of coherence is supported, is strengthened by success, but also well-being is more and more strong when you are solving the situation, and we will solve a new situation better in the future. We can go to the next one very quickly. Next slide, please. This is more formal, and I use also this to show you the handbook of salutogenesis. This is a book collecting in more or less 1,000 pages, more of information of everything you can need about salutogenesis. And you can go to a website of STARS, and you can have free of charge a PDF copy of this book. So this is also a suggestion for you if you are interested in salutogenesis. This is an image from the book summarizing what I told. You have the stimuli, in this case the food. You can perceive as a stressor, good or bad. If you perceive as a stressor, you can solve the state of tension. What happened? If you solve with a stressor management, you are going in the direction of health. That's H+. If you are not solving, you are going in the direction of bad, H-. And this is one of the other points of salutogenesis in the idea of the founder Antonovsky, that health is a continuum. And here we are showing this continuum between disease and health. And in this case, for example, we are here in the middle. If we solve the situation with food, we move to the side of health, H+. If you don't eat, you are moving to the side of H-, so going to the disease. And at the end, if you are going to the direction of pathogenesis, the risk is to have a final breakdown in logic. If you don't eat for months, we will have the worst situation. And to do this, we are using this specific and general resources enabled by the sense of coherence. We can go very quickly to the next. No, 1 second. What is the meaning of sense of coherence? We can see on the top. Sense of coherence, as I told, is enforced by resources, but the role of sense of coherence is to enable people to use the resources. You are able to use the spoons if you see a word as something you can manage. And using the spoon, use of GRR, you can also be able to use the specific RR, that is the food, and to go to health. Now we can go to the next one. Next slide, please. Just 1 second, just to show here how the sense of coherence is in the middle, and is the reason of the difference between the right and left side. And as you can think as the general resistance resources, for example, with the spoon or the people or the ability to talk, and the specific resources, the food in the pot. We can move again. Because now I would like to stay a few minutes to present more best sense of coherence, that is the center of salutogenesis. The definition is a pervasive, enduring, but dynamic feeling of confidence that the environment we have around is predictable, so that we can understand the environment, and that we have this confidence that we will solve the problem. As I told before, there are 3 dimensions. The first, the most important, is meaningfulness, so the motivational dimension. To describe this dimension, I will use the questionnaire. So I have also the opportunity to tell you that there is a questionnaire related with a sense of coherence, a long version with, I think, 39 questions, more or less, and a short one with 13. But this question can be useful in this today for this opportunity to understand the real meaning of this word. Meaningfulness, you can define meaningfulness looking at these 2 questions. What is life? Life is something full of interest or is completely routine. If you think to your life today or tomorrow, or a question from a moderator was, how is today? How is the day today? And if you think that the life is full of interest, that every day in the life you can find something new, something, as is written in the second question, completely fascinating, you will have a strong sense of coherence for meaningfulness. If you think that the life is just boring, but your future will be a long succession of boring days. In this case, you are in the opposite situation. You have a poor meaningfulness sense in your life. But the meaningfulness is only is the main, but is the direction. But also, if we have a direction, we also need to understand. And for example, the question is, in the past 10 years, what happened in your life? Your life was full of change without you knowing what will happen next. So you are walking in your life without understanding why things are happening. Today, something happened around me. In some way, I will survive, but I don't understand why and what I can do to solve. The opposite situation, the salutogenic, is that life is always consistent and clear. I can have problems, but I understand why. I understand the origin of these problems. I can understand, also imagine the solution to these problems. And this is also related with have a feeling to understanding or not what happened around you. So this is the idea. I have my direction, but also I can understand what happened, and so I can, third part, manage what is happening. So, for example, like in the example we had, I think that if what happened, my solution depends on the collaboration with other persons, like using the spoons, I'm confident that I will be able to convince the other person to use the spoons to support each other and not to continue to try to use for themselves. So I'm confident that I'm able to manage the relationship with the other person and to move the situation in the best direction. But also, I have a feeling, this is the other question, when you think of difficulties you are likely to face in your life, do you have a feeling that you will always succeed in overcoming, or the feeling you won't succeed? For example, I have the problem that I'm lost somewhere in the city, in a new city where I never was, but I have a feeling that probably I can ask to someone, I can take a bus, I can find a solution, and I'm sure that I will find a solution in 1 hour. Another person in the same situation feel to be lost. So the idea of sense of coherence is to have this feeling that I know where I want to go, that I confident that I understand the world around me, and that I'm able to manage. If I'm lost in the jungle, I think that I know how and where I want to go, but I also have the ability to recognize different kind of plants that I can eat or that can be poisonous, and also the ability to use, to find, to use. If it's on the top of a tree, I have the ability to collect what is on the top of the tree. So this is the idea of sense of coherence. We can move to the next one. We have more or less half, I think. And we can skip this because practically I already used. And we can move to the next one because I want to show here in a more formal way. I will not stay so long because I want to take some time for the setting and community. But this is what you can find in the book. This is very complicated, so it's also more something to read than to discuss in a conference. But you see that this relationship between general resistance resources in the sky color down, or specific resistance resources enabled by SOC to be used to cope with stimuli, the yellow part, and you see, and to solve the state of tension. You see that Antonovsky, the author of the person who invented salutogenesis, present all this relationship between stimulus, resources, life experience management with the scheme, with different internal relationship. So, for example, stock is able to mobilize the resources, but at the same time, well-being is able to enable people to find new resources that what the stimulus can be appraised as stressor or not stressor, but also if there is a stressor, they can solve. So it's a complicated in some way, but giving the reason for all these movements. I added to this scheme that small part on the right side, because in the last years, also after Ratonowski, we start to move to think that the SOC cannot be used only to solve our personal problems, but it's also important that the SOC is used as agency to change the setting around us. I will come back to this in the last two slides. And so it's also important that we have the ability to catch the social stimuli, to appraise the stimuli, and also to engage for social agency. For example, how to have new spoons, and not only long spoons, but also short spoons, because we don't need to stay forever with a promise to feed each other, but we want also to solve a social problem and changing the dimension of spoons. The next one is short because it's just to show you, next slide please, how all the things we were discussing before, so the food was there, but we were not able to manage, this can be used as challenge, this is pot spoons, all these things we discussed can be used and can be found in the Antonovsky original model. So how this model can be applied to, for example, to the situation, but to different situation in the life. And now I think I have still 10 minutes, and I would like to use these minutes for more for some additional parts. We can go to the next one. The first one is that not everything is so good. If we can go to the next slide. Okay. If I don't know how many of you were thinking that did you the question could be how much do you like the situation we present before? So to be in a room where your possibility at the end is to receive food only from the others, but also to have to use the food that is in the pot. So you're not able to choose what you want to eat. You are not able to be independent. You are not able to have, so you are probably in some kind of passive situation. So salutogenesis, I wanted to stress this point because sometimes you can think to salutogenesis like something, or to health promotion very often, where everything is good, everything is perfect and happy with what happened if other person are helping you and I find the solution, I'm nourished and so on. I think that we have always to think that when we arrive to one point, we want to go better. We want to achieve some next objective that is superior to the first one. So, for example, we can think now that best in health promotion is becoming very important, but which kind of food you have in the pot. Maybe this is a soup of meat, and some of the person in the group are vegetarians and don't want to eat meat. Or you have a special kind of meat, I don't know, pork or beef, and so some person for their religious or ethical points don't want this kind of food. Or this food can be, now we are going to planetary health, so this food cannot be good for the health of the planet, cannot be ethical with animals, can have several new challenges that solve the immediate problem of eating have to be considered. So this is I wanted to discuss because this is probably the reason because with some kind of original health promotion and salutogenesis, we are more and more moving to an idea of society salutogenesis, society health promotion, that is considering, for example, the difference between people, or is considering additional point like the planet, or we have to consider, I don't know, this loss of individual skills, because, for example, this is a situation create making people depend from someone else who is putting the pot in the middle of the table. So the meaning of the slide is to think that when we are working in salutogenesis, we always need to talk with people to realize different possible problems and to change these problems in challenge. But the situation is never the last one. And the last two slides will be related with setting and society. And what I present, we can go to the next one, is, I don't know, I start to talk. This slide is the result of, we published just something, we talked just in a conference, is the discussion we had with a salutogenesis global working group about one of the challenges of salutogenesis. We are very clear about at individual level. You see on the left side that there is with individuals, and the word is individual, with comprehensibility, manageability, meaningfulness, and with the ability to use the resources and to, in some way, to be happy, to be healthy, thanks to the salutogenic orientation. But what is important that more and more we are not happy and healthy because we are doing alone, but we are happy and healthy if we have a society, a setting before and a general society later, that is able to have the same sense of coherence that we consider for a person. Antonovsky, the founder of salutogenesis, were thinking particularly to an individual sense of coherence. But now the main challenge is to build a coherent setting and a coherent society. So what you can see here, that our first problem is the coherence between us as individual on the left side, and on the right side, like a house, the setting where individuals are. So we are together in a university, we are together in a workplace, we are together in a school, but the same sense of meaningfulness, comprehensibility, manageability that we should have as person. We can tell that our university has a sense of coherence at university, that has clear aims, meaningfulness, that is able to understand the internal situation and that is able to manage. So we are looking for health promoting. We've talked very often about health promoting schools, health promoting workplace, health promoting cities, but this means to have coherent cities, where we are trying to have a coherent common ideas or what we want to do and how to do. And this could be not so complicated because we are talking about, I don't know, 200 for 10,000 persons in a university, 40,000 persons. But then individuals and settings have to move to society level. And if you move to society level, again, how much your society is coherent? I don't know practically nothing about Indonesia, so I cannot find a good example probably for you. But looking, for example, from the European side, now we have a big promise about green transition, so the idea to reduce pollution and to use different kinds of energies, for example, to reduce the number of cars in the city. And the problem with workers, for example, in the city, that without cars, they have problem to go to work. So how to find a coherent mobility in a city, or how to find a coherent decision for what we want to do in a university. So the next problem, challenge for salutogenesis is to make coherent setting and society. And the suggestion, the idea we had is in the last slide, where we And because we work and we are trying to realize and to explore the idea, next slide, please, of equilibrium. We found this kind of definition. To work with a society, we need to achieve a society, a reflective, equitable, negotiated, dynamic equilibrium. In some way, like these three flamencos surfing together in the sea. By reflective, what is the meaning of reflective? Reflective means that we have to everyone needs to explore the real situation. I cannot go with my original ideas. I always use a car to go to work. Yes, maybe you always use a car, but maybe there is a different solution. Cars are bad, cars are the worst from the other side, but you have to consider that for person living far from the city, for example, in a small place, the car is the only way to move. So reflect on the different situation and not start with your fixed idea, but discuss in equitable way. So all persons, particularly marginalized persons, have to have a possibility to participate in the discussion. And the result need to take care of everyone. And this means that you have to negotiate. The idea of salutogenesis is an idea that is always bottom up. And solutions have to come from negotiation among people, not from decision from the height, from the top level. And also the last point is considering that is dynamic. Now we will change in this way, we accept the solution, but we know that tomorrow maybe we will move to a different solution. In some way, this is represented down by the starting situation with bimodal equilibrium with two completely different positions. I want to eliminate cars from the city. I want to use the car everywhere in the city to find some kind of coherence, the dynamic equilibrium. For the next year, for the next 5 years, we will do this to stay together. So this is the idea of evolution we are proposing for salutogenesis. I think I'm exactly on time in 30 minutes. And the last slide was just to show just we can put a solution in my city, in Cagliari, Sardinia, where we have we have tried to have some sense of coherence between flamengos and humanity. Maybe the last slides, please. It's strange in a European city because this is a lagoon practically in the middle of the city. You can see houses here, but there are houses around. And we have, I think, 15,000 flamengos living in the city with 400,000 human beings with a good coherent coexistence. And probably in other continents this is common, but for Europe, for example, this is very strange. Just to have an idea what can mean, for example, in our situation to find coexistence. Thank you for your attention. And I think we can eliminate.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Pontu, for enlightening presentation. And of course, salutogenesis. Some of us not really familiar with salutogenesis since all of the materials and the paradigm in public health nowadays, to be exact in Indonesia, still moving towards pathogenesis. But this is gonna be a very good insights for us to moving forward to salutogenesis. All right. As we come to the Q&A session, I will open one or two questions from the participants. You can raise your hand and open your microphone or simply type your questions on the chat. All right. We already have Dr. Widati.
Okay, Dr. Widati, please
Thank
open
you.
your mic.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, can you hear my voice? Yeah.
Not very well.
Yeah. Hello, hello, Prof. Paul. Thank you for your presentation. Very insightful for us. Prof. Paul, in our lives now we are in the stressful world, but maybe you can give us tips for the steps of salutogenesis in the chaos organization or in the emergency condition. The tips of the practical steps for salutogenesis. Okay, thank you, Prof. Paul.
I'm not sure because I have some difficulties in hearing all words. I think it
Oh,
was for
okay.
times of emergencies.
Yes, I will help you to read the question again. So, Dr. Widati asks the practical tips to overcome stress in a setting of organizations and also in an emergency situation.
I had emergencies, but I did not have organization. Yes. I think for organization, this is one of the main points because we talk about settings, we talk about universities or schools, and it's really crucial, for example, that this organization are going in a salutogenic direction. So I think that the last part, this idea of reflective equilibrium, for us is the idea that the way how we can manage salutogenesis at collective level. Because the tips are that you have to think together, because salutogenesis starts with a meaningfulness at individual level. And if you don't agree about your meaningfulness at collective level, like in organization, it's very difficult that you can work in a salutogenic way. Because if I want to go north and the other one want to go south, it's clear that at the end, it's very difficult to will stay together. So, for example, how much in a university is important that understand to pass exams and to know to have direct practical competencies, how much is also important to have some kind of social life and common life. So this is something that have we to decide together and to also with a reflective equilibrium. But second point is the possibility to talk together and then to take a provisional decision. There are some tools. I don't know, for example, we use very often tools like, I can have an example, photo voice, that is a way to ask people to define, to propose a photo and a short sentence to tell where we want to go. And then which are the problems, which are the challenges, and then to organize some kind of open discussion about persons, discussing why the spot is important. The system could be, for example, World Cafe. I don't know how much you're familiar, everybody's familiar with the idea of World Cafe. So different tables where people are sitting together, exchanging the table. You can, for example, start with photos, dispute the photo in the table. Practically, this means to find ways to talk together without staying on your position. This is for the organization. And then probably you can find the meaningfulness, comprehensibility, and so on. And the second point was about emergencies. In some ways, salutogenesis is coming for emergencies. I can suggest to you, if you are interested in this, there was an interesting paper from Canada where they use salutogenesis to manage, I don't remember where, in some part of central Canada, where there was a big disaster with a train, because this train was bringing some kind of chemical pollutants. There were fires and problems around the city. And they employed salutogenesis to manage this terrible situation with the city. But also, for example, in Europe, we work with salutogenesis in Kosovo, that is emerging from the world 25 years ago, and salutogenesis was used in a situation coming from West, to decide together how to emerge and to find. Again, the system we were in Kosovo also last summer for a course is organized with, I don't know, I'm looking for a word, but it's some kind is soft methods to reduce tension, because very often you cannot manage because you are too worried about defend your ideas. So I think that in all cases, what is important is to find methods where you can put your ideas together with ideas of others. And for emergencies, it's also to have previous experience. I didn't talk about life experience, but I just told that if you have in normal situation a good habit, the idea you can solve also in emergencies, probably you will solve. So it's to be prepared to accept challenges.
All right, thank
Okay,
you,
thank you.
Professor Ponto. Okay, is it answering your questions, Dr. Widati? It's all good? All right, we
Yeah.
will. Okay, thank you, Dr. Widati. All right, we have two questions on the chat. First one coming from Siti Nurfitria. Hello, Professor. I have a question. Can digital technologies create a new form of digital stress, and how might SOC help people cope with it? Yeah.
Yes, I didn't work so much on this. Also, if I have, there is a person also, you can find also something in the handbook. It was Luis Saboga from Portugal who worked a lot about the idea of coherence and digital world. I think that in general, I agree that we can. There is a possibility that this is stressful, but the general idea of stress is something is giving you the chance to move. So stress is not always bad. For example, when we start, we have, I don't know how it was in Indonesia, but in Italy, COVID, the pandemic was very challenging. Also because the authorities closed everything. So we have to remanage all our life online. But also we are here probably because of pandemic today, because after pandemic we start to be more used to conference online and so on. This is a stress, this is a stimuli, this is an appraisal, but for example, we learn that digital can be useful to solve some situations. Like I can talk here today because we start to have this conference, but at the same time, I cannot have a real exchange with you because I decided to talk from home. But at the same time, I didn't use the petrol to come, and so for the environment, that was good. The point with salutogenesis is to take all these things together, probably to decide to have a dynamic equilibrium, to decide how much I have to come to Indonesia for a conference, with stressing my time and environment, and how much I have to stay and to use. I think that the idea of equilibrium is crucial, but also we have to consider now that digital environment, digital setting is a setting. Like we were discussing a health promoting city, probably we have to discuss a health promoting digital situation, but also social are not good or bad, are resources that we can use. So Instagram is a general resistant resource if I use to convoy a specific resistance resource, or can be a stress if I use it to convoy something negative. So I think that for health promoter is to stay there and to redirect and in some way to influence digital environment. But we have to build a salutogenesis for digital environment, I agree.
Yeah, that's an interesting point of view, Professor Pontu. Help promoting digital. It could be a great topics for research since
Yeah.
we're moving toward to 5.0 industrialization, which is there's not only digitalization but also AI come in between. And yeah, I can be more agree with you how us as a health promoter to design a good digital environment that can enhance the salutogenetic in it. Okay, we
For
have
example, also artificial AI is
oh
something
yeah,
we can use as a resource, so we can be used and we can become
yes,
a resource. I'm this last month I'm trying to use for a research related with health promotion and salutogenesis. But the point is you have to take the control and not leave the
yes,
control to AI.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we're the one that manage the resource, not the resource that manage us. Can be more clear, Professor Conte. And we have one last question coming from Reza. Good afternoon, Professor. I was wondering, in your opinion, what are the biggest challenges in building a workplace that follows the salutogenic approach to promote health and well-being? All right, the challenge
Yeah, I was
to
thinking to some
implement.
challenge.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, Probably the first challenge is what I was in some way telling before, which is the meaningfulness. Because I told for the university, but can be for everything. You can have a meaningfulness for part of a group that is money, can be money for someone, or can be production. Also, university is making production like research or degrees. And if and for other persons can be sustainable life because it's a salary. But for other, it's also social. So probably the first point is to try to consider the workplace like a neighborhood, a village, a place where people have to interact. I think in different countries, I think to Europe or Americas that I know more, there are completely different ways to consider the workplace. For example, in Italy, there is the idea, just a small point, we don't have to eat together in my department. In my university, someone is telling this is not the place to make um, celebration or do it together. When I was in Swiss or in Germany, the idea, I remember in Zurich, they have a kitchen in the department that is more or less like my kitchen at home, because their ideas is to eat together is a way to have a healthy workplace. In other places, it's completely different. So the first is to decide what we want with our place. I think the German idea is better to have our. The second is equitable, probably. Because if a workplace is equitable, so a good balance between workers and owners, you can have a salutogenic setting. If someone is dominating, normally owners more than workers, it's clear that it will be never salutogenic. So this idea of reflective, equitable equilibrium, in this case, equitable is crucial.
all right. That's an excellent explanation, Professor Conte. And I reflect a lot, especially on the meaningfulness, right? And this is rather concerning because nowadays there are so many people that getting into individualism that it could harm the meaningfulness in it. And yeah, and so I'm really agree with you about how we create a supportive environment to nurture the meaningfulness and also to reach the equilibrability. Yeah, sorry. Okay. All right. Is there any questions? All right. I think that's all. for today's session. Thank you very much to all participants for the questions, for your engaging questions, and also thank you to Professor Kontu for the insightful responses and for all the new insights regarding to saltogenesis. Grazie mille, Professor Kontu. Yeah. As we come to the end of the session, on behalf of the organizing committee of the third Happy and Healthy International Symposium, I would like to express our gratitude to Professor Kontu for sharing his valuable perspective on salutogenesis and its relevance to both individuals and society, as we've talked about on the previous discussion, that it is important to nurturing the meaningfulness and also to create a supportive environment to nurturing the salutogenesis, right? I would also like to thank all participants for your active engagement and thoughtful contributions during the discussion. And with that, I now return the screen to our Master of Ceremony, Miss Tessa. Are you there? All right. We will
Okay, can you
proceed
hear my
to the
voice?
next part. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Crystal clear. Okay, I will return to our MC, Miss Tessa. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Budamai Arum Pratiwi, for skillfully moderating our sessions. And that was so insightful and broaden our knowledge about the topic. So
Okay, one more
everyone,
thing.
ladies and
I'm
gentlemen,
sorry,
we
Miss
have
Tessa.
now reached the end of the third Happy and Healthy International Symposium with the theme Health Promotions for Saltogenesis. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants who have joined us from various institutions and countries. So for your valuable insight, ideas, and enthusiasm have made this symposium truly meaningful and so inspiring. So we would like also extend our heartfelt appreciation to our supporting partners and collaborators, Faculty of Public Health, Erlangga Health Promotion Center, and also WACD, and also Department of EBIOP, and also all the committee that work with us together in this symposium. Throughout these 2 days, we have explored how the concept of saltogenesis focus on origins of health and rather than disease. So it can be implemented in individual, community, or also systemic level. Before we officially close the event, let us capture this memorable moment together. So I kindly invite everyone to turn on your camera for group photo session. So please all to turn on your camera because this is the last photo sessions that we have today and also to end this event today. Okay, I kindly still wait everyone to turn on the camera so the committee will take a picture of us. All right, please. I kindly invite everyone to turn on the camera, all the participants to turn on the camera. Okay, please, for the committee, you can help to capture the photo.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Miss Nancy. I will take up for the screen capture. For the first slide, you can open your camera and give your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So finally, the organizing committee would like to thank you once again for your active participations and contributions to the success of this symposium. May today's discussions continue to inspire collaboration, innovation, and also real actions in health promotion and well-being in Genesis. We look forward to seeing you again at our next symposium, Erlangga Health Promotion Center. Until then, stay happy, stay healthy, and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Tessa. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.